Seat. If there is not a seat, just cozy up against that wall there and listen up for a minute here. George? Good afternoon. Wednesday, January 19th. It is now 5:35 in the evening. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting here at 790 North Homestead Boulevard, Homestead, Florida. Where the invocation will be given by Pastor Dale Young. The Pledge of Allegiance will be followed by Vice Mayor Judy Wallman. And at this time, please, sir. Okay. All rise.
Good afternoon. Let us pray. Gracious God, we give you thanks for this day, for the opportunity to be here to serve you through public service. We recognize that you are the sovereign one. You raise up kingdoms and bring them down. We give you the thanks for the opportunity to serve, and we give thanks for all who present themselves and bring, their lives for public service, service in the military, service in city government, service in national government. We lift all of those up to you this afternoon. We remember those in Tucson who were gunned down, especially those who are public servants who have given their lives in service to others. And so we ask that you would comfort them and give them strength to the families. We also ask that you would inspire us all to do justice and to serve others and put others first. We ask for your presence this day as all those here deliberate. We ask for your guidance, that your instruction, your Spirit be present here, and that through these deliberations, your will would be done here in this place. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Before we salute our great nation and our flag, please join me in a moment of silence for the 6 people who were killed in Arizona, including the 14 people who were wounded. And that also included Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who serves her nation with strength and pride. So please join me in remembering the families as well for a moment of silence. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order on. Right face. Forward march.
Please be seated. Thank you, on regard. Thank you, Pastor Young. Thank you, Vice Mayor Wallman. Madam Clerk, at this time, please call the roll.
Councilman Burgess.
Here.
Councilwoman Lobos. Councilman Maldonado.
Here.
Councilman Shelley.
There.
Councilman Williams. Vice Mayor Wallman.
Here.
Mayor Bankman.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'd like to open the floor for public comment. We've moved public comment now from the last item on the agenda to the first item on the agenda. So anyone that has public comment, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and let's hear what's on your mind. You're first. First in our hearts.
Edward Powell, 2274 Southeast 27th Drive. We've been away for a few weeks, so we've missed some of the action in town. But we're back. Just wanted to say that the Tropical Everglades Visitor Center down in Florida City, it's on US 1, just past Burger King. We're going to have a tag sale the 5th of February on a Saturday in the morning, and the funds of that will go into some of the projects. Bob's involved with that, my wife, a lot of us are involved with the visitor center, and you all know we're trying to keep people in South Dade and have them come here as a place rather than a place to go to the Keys. So that's February 5th. Next item, about 3 years ago when former Mayor Warren was the mayor, we looked at our utility bill. And I suggested back then when utility rates went up, postage rates went up, why don't we think about making these paperless statements? My bank statements, my credit cards, everything else that I do banking-wise is paperless. And I know the comment was that IT was working on it 2-3 years ago. So hopefully in the future I can pay this through my internet or my computer. You've gone to some changes in the utility payments, so maybe this will follow, Jerry. I know you've been working on it for a while. And the other thing is, Congressman El Maldonado, we mentioned the hurricane fee of $1.02 for 6 months ago. Well, five years we haven't had a hurricane, and I'm wondering where that $1.02 goes every month. And I'm hoping it goes into a kitty, because if it has for 5 years, there's a lot of money in that kitty. Thank you.
Mr. Powell, I'd like to comment on the first item, and that is the visitor center. Commissioner Bell, former Mayor Bell of Homestead, we met with her Tuesday this week, and one of the items on the list was to reach out to the visiting center and work out with some additional signage of where everything's at. That was I reached out to them, and one of the biggest concerns I had was there was not enough signage to show the visitors that pass through here how to get to the Everglades, how to get to Biscayne National Park. So that's on our wish list.
Well, a nice thing that's happened is the visitor center has now, they've been able to sell sun passes. People would come down from the airport, they'd run through the tolls, they'd be all up in arms, what happens. So we're selling them, that's very good. Robert is here, if you haven't been out there, and I go there all the time. He has put up a kiosk, and he is advertising the Redland Tropical Trail. And if you all know, it's a group of the merchants that are involved, Capri and Robert's here and Fuchs and everybody else. So come on out there. It's a nice little setup. He's got picnic tables out there. And come on out and see us. And the visitor center is manning that as well. And we are promoting the Redland Tropical Trail. And last but not least, Mayor, I don't want to steal your thunder, but article in the paper about a fundraiser that's coming up this weekend. I want you to know that my wife and I would be honored to be there.
Thank you.
And celebrate with you and the Rotary Club, my wife being a Rotarian. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah, that's a fundraiser for Safe Space, which will take place in South Miami. I've been asked to be the honorary chair.
My name is Clara Waterman Powell, 2274 Southeast 27th Drive. No, this is not the Clara Waterman Powell hour. But I did want to mention, if you ever want to come up and stand and make some comments and you're kind of nervous about doing it, the Toastmasters is having an open house February 1st and February 8th. February 1st is 7:30 in the morning at the Community Bank. February 8th is at the Mutineer at 7 at night. Come join us. I can put the cards on the back. Come join us and come join Toastmasters. We have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay, hearing no further public comment, the first item on the agenda for special presentations is Mast Academy. Is the principal here from Mast Academy? Mm-hmm. Please, come on up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Greg Sawyer. I'm principal of MAST, the new kid on the block in Homestead, that we're certainly going to set great standards here at Homestead. The address is 955 temporary location, Southeast 18th Avenue. We're housed at Gateway K-8 Center temporarily with 70 students. MAST, Medical Arts, and it's my intent to share some current information with the public. And we've been in the newspaper quite a bit this year. actually 6 times in the Miami Herald and almost every single week in the South Day's Newsletter. Mass Medical Arts for Science and Technology, MAST. Website, mastmedical@dadeschools.net is on the TV screen at the present time. That's our website. It's a $9 million renovation of the Homestead Hospital off of 13th Street in Chrome. That includes the first and second floor at this time only. Miami-Dade Community College and Miami-Dade Public Schools is in negotiations concerning the third floor. Miami-Dade Community College is very interested in utilizing the third floor of the hospital. There's very few medical arts high schools in the United States. There's only 3 in the state of Florida, including us. So as I said, we intend to do a great job of having one of the best schools, not only in the state of Florida, but in the United States. I was former principal of Homestead High School, principal and opened up Corey Senior High School, principal and opened up Robert Morgan Educational Center, and now MAST at Homestead. My God, very few high school principals survive more than one school. But it's a great honor, certainly for me. Our intent is to house 650 students, 9th through 12th grade. We presently have 70 students now. Next year we will have 225 9th and 10th graders. The students will major in biomedical, technology, pharmaceutical, and physical therapy. It's a full magnet where students must apply. We have over 815 applications as of this moment to our school that we're only taking 150 students. So certainly the interest is there. Now the applications have closed, however, they're still compiling the applications of the Dade County Public School System, so we could hit 900 applications the first year. We certainly include advanced classes and basic curriculum, so the students graduate with a full state of Florida, 24 credits, high school diploma. We offer honors, AP courses, dual enrollment, internship, and the students are required, we're the only school that the students require 150 hours of community service. And our 9th graders this year have done a wealth of community service in the community. We have the latest technology. In each of the 3 labs, we will have video conferencing. So the students will be able to access CEOs, cruise lines, hotels, surgeries, doctors, pharmaceutical firms. Instead of us traveling all the time, the students will be able to actually see that in their classroom. And that's a first. In addition to that, more than 50% of the students at this moment are from Homestead itself. We screen for grade point average, attendance, discipline, and whether the students have had Earth, Space, Science, and Algebra 1. This is a lottery system controlled by Dade County Public Schools, and it's a full magnet as far as the lottery system. So we screen the 815 applications, if that's the final number, before they go into the lottery. Once they go into the lottery lets us know who the first 150 students are to get into the school. We have links already with Miami-Dade Community College, Baptist and Homestead. Actually, the CEO was our principal for the day. Visits by our honorary mayor, many times already to our school. Yes. Dade Medical contribution of over $7,000 given to our school last month to our students and our teachers of a donation. We've had visits already from the University of Florida, Florida A&M, FIU, Nova University, including many people in the community that want to volunteer their services. Healthcare is the #1 job, not only in the United States, but it's around the world. If you look at Money Magazine last month, 25 of the first 50 jobs are healthcare related with great salaries. These students that go to our school are right in the pipeline to have a great future for themselves and support America. Everything is medical related. And the architect is one of the top architects in the state of Florida and possibly around the nation, Zukovich. And the construction company is BCA, Betancourt Castellanos, and they just completed Terra. In addition to that, our first class has done a tremendous job, and certainly they will be a small graduating class, but they will do a great job, and I'm proud again to be a principal of the school.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It truly was a pleasure. The number of times I came over, and I tell you, thank you for coming back out of retirement. I know they worked you hard to get you out there. Maybe mention real quick of some of the students that have applied from around the state of Florida.
Oh, my goodness.
It's incredible.
I had an email from Beijing, China. I had a phone call from Washington. We recently had another phone call from Orlando. We've had a very high interest of parents wanting to get their students in our school.
And wasn't there a family that moved from Tampa to place their child?
Yes.
Yeah,
now, again, our high priority is Homestead. Certainly, this is to me, this is a wonderful opportunity for students in the community. And we intend to put this school on the map.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you. And just kudos to the council and staff, because this council committed itself to better education. And through the public school system and the private school system and the charter school system, we have done that in 1 year. And I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move into the next item of special presentations. Ms. Wallman, would you like to move? Or? His has been canceled.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry.
That's okay.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see a full house tonight. The first presentation that I have is for a project that we did over the Christmas holidays, and it was called Wreaths Across America. And I'd like for this time to ask all those who were a part of that to please come forward. As they come forward, I'll just say that it was my great honor and privilege to have had Sergeant Orbach call me that one special day and ask me to get involved, and I sincerely appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. We were able to, I'll let them tell the story. Come up here with me. I don't bite. He knows. And it was very special to me because wreaths were purchased. We were a little short of funds because we got started late, but wreaths were purchased, and we placed them on graves on a particular Saturday morning in December. And most special to me was that my first wreath that I placed was on my father's grave, who was a Navy veteran who ultimately died of his war wounds. So with that being said, I'd like for each one of you to introduce yourself. And talk a little bit about the project.
My name is Mark Crosby. I'm the president of the U.S. Military Vets Motorcycle Club. This is the Homestead chapter. And we're a nonprofit national organization that our objectives are to provide a brotherhood for qualified military veterans that serve in the armed forces and have motorcycles. We are a motorcycle club. We also, one of our goals is also to improve the image of veterans and bikers to the general public. One of the things we were involved in, as Judy mentioned, was Wreaths Across America. It's done every year. It's been going on for several years now. It's done across the United States as well as in some foreign countries, including Iraq. It's all done at the same time on December. It's usually one of the first or second Saturdays of December every year. Wreaths are purchased by the public, and our motorcycle club is involved in that effort here in Homestead, where we collect the money from people in the public, and then we buy the wreaths from an organization called Wreaths Across America, and then those are placed with a small ceremony, and then they're placed on graves in a local cemetery. So we did that this year. I'd like to say that, we sell these wreaths all year long. There's opportunities for individuals to purchase them as well as corporations. For donations, the wreaths are $15 a piece, and they provide a way to honor our veterans, those that served our country. Some of them gave their lives serving our country. We wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for the veterans, because freedom isn't free. We all know that. And it's our opportunity to honor those that have served in the country, or actually some of them gave their lives for our country, by placing a wreath on their grave in a local cemetery for the Christmas holidays. So with that, you can usually contact us. We have a website, And also, we hang out at the American Legion on South Chrome Avenue. So, in fact, next month on February 27th, we're having our annual Military Vets Motorcycle Club Homestead Chapter party. It's quite a big party. We'll have a band and other festivities. We'll have vendors, and the public is welcome to come by and party with us and other biker clubs in the area. And you can also purchase wreaths at that time. So I want to introduce my vice president.
How you doing? I'm Ray Yanis, vice president for the motorcycle club. And like you said, February 27th, come on down and join us.
I'm the field training officer. My name is Gerald Clarkin.
I'm making him.
I'm Sergeant James Orbach with the Homestead Police Department, and I'm a probate with these guys. I'm their due boy right now.
Well, I want to present you with the certificate of recognition, and this gentleman, this certificate is awarded to wreaths across America in appreciation of your outstanding commitment and dedication to our veterans. The City of Homestead salutes you. And I'm telling you, we only had about 200 wreaths this year, right?
That's correct.
And barely got them there on time. I mean, they were lost. And I'm serious. And there was an air-conditioned truck that delivered them out of their generosity, and we got it all done. And I played a very little part in it, but I want to play a bigger part this year and say we need money, because we were only able to cover 200 graves. And if you only walked around at the cemetery and you saw how many people are buried there from so many years ago in so many different wars, it's chilling. And I'd like to have the gentleman, the two gentlemen that were at the presentation, the prisoner of war, and I'd like to honor them at a council meeting. So if you'll please extend that invitation for me. So with that being said, let's take a quick picture, and congratulations. Not often I get to be with all these motorcycle guys.
Bikers. They're known as bikers, Judy, bikers.
Bikers. Did you get it, Selena? Oh, she's having camera. Okay, now I just need to stand up here. Bikers. Do we have a camera anywhere?
Every time I see it.
Sally, anybody?
If you want to find them, they wait, they down low, whatever they're. So my wife and I would be driving over, and I'd
Jim
go
has
like
a
that.
picture of
What do you
when he
do? I go,
placed.
those are my brothers.
I'm selling time. Jim has a picture of where he placed his wreath on his father's grave. He's buried where?
Those aren't your brothers.
You got a camera? Clara. Always depend on Clara.
Yeah, when I came down low, those are real bikers. My dad, I went to town, bike week one time. It's kind of scary, but if you're there when it's real, pretty good. Man, we actually went like about 2 days before the whole thing filled up, and we said, we get it, and this is too much. They don't play around.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You might get caught in the crossfire.
Don't forget money. Please don't forget this wonderful cause. It's just the holidays come on us so quickly, and then we just forget. The next presentation, the representatives from the Florida Wellness Center, are they here tonight? Yes? No? Okay. Well, we'll do that one next time. Olive Garden. Representatives from Olive Garden. Are they here? Come. And how about the folks from the SOS? Come on up here. Hi, how are you? I'm Judy. I thought I had met everybody there, but Jose and Mr. Chips, they always take care of me.
Taking care of my
Project SOS of the Homestead Police Department is proactive in providing awareness and education to the community, particularly on family violence issues. In order to do this, it takes great effort to encourage the community to come out and participate. The old adage of build it and they will come does not always apply, as we well know. However, we have found that if you feed them, They will come, especially Olive Garden. Project SOS is very limited resources, so they often rely on the generosity of local merchants. Olive Garden of Homestead, most specifically the manager of Olive Garden, Jimmy Lips, I pronounced that right? Yes. Jimmy Lips, has gone above and beyond the call of duty and has provided for every event that we have requested assistance from him. He is always extremely generous with their requests and truly exemplified community dedication and commitment. Therefore, we would like to present this plaque to you, Mr. Lips, as a symbol of our sincere appreciation and gratitude. And it's a beautiful plaque, I might add, and it says, Jimmy Lips, General Manager, Olive Garden, in recognition of your outstanding contributions and support to the Homestead community through the Homestead Police Department Project SOS 2010. And you are personally responsible for making me gain about 10 pounds this year. Just want to let you know that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just glad that we're able to help do something. I think this is a great cause that we chose to help work with this year. I hope to look forward to doing it again this year as we did last year, and I'm glad we were able to help. When you hear your family, and we're here, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Stay right here. We're going to have Flo come up. Talk about Sandy. Both of you.
Well, good evening. Well, we surely appreciate Jimmy. Project SOS is a social services part of the police department, and our main goal is to assist those victims of crimes, domestic violence, sexual violence, child abuse, child neglect, and human trafficking. And tonight we would also like to announce that our 5K walk run is coming up February the 5th. It's 7:30, which is a Saturday morning at Lasner Park. It's a $25 registration, but we're also still looking for sponsors. Thank you.
Sandy, you want to see it? Okay, let's get a picture of Mr. Lips. It's not often you have all these women around you, too. Come on, girls. So, scoop down a little bit. Leaving it all out. All right. Okay. Hand here. Can't see you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We always appreciate everything you do for us. Mr. Lips. All right. I'd like to invite everyone who's here, who's going to be speaking in regard to the rodeo, to come forward, please. This year, the Homestead Rodeo Association will be presenting the 62nd annual parade and rodeo. For the fifth consecutive year, the Homestead Rodeo Association is sponsoring Tough Enough to Wear Pink on Friday night of the rodeo. Everyone is encouraged to wear pink, which I have no problem doing, on that day, and the Rodeo Association will raise funds for the Susan G. Komen for the Cure and make their annual donation to this great cause. Tonight, I would like to honor and thank the Homestead Rodeo Association for putting this together. And as you all know, I'm a breast cancer girl myself, so it means so much to me. I appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you, Judy, Mayor and Council. We're honored to have Tough Enough to Wear Pink again. We've had it several years. It's a great event. It's fun having all the cowboys dressed in pink. So please come out and show your colors. We got, this is the 62nd annual rodeo, and I did some research. We're one of the oldest annual sporting events in South Florida. If you Google it, maybe the Orange Bowl is older, but we're one of the oldest, and that's a big deal. So we're doing something right. So we hope to have everyone come out and enjoy it. We've got Frontier Days events starting this Saturday, and there's Monday and Wednesday. There's also events leading up to the actual rodeo, which starts Friday the 28th. So homesteadrodeo.com has all the event info on there. I don't know if they could stick it up on the screen, but it's all there. But please come out and join us.
Don't go away. Hey, Woody. I know all these people up there. Just don't get to say hello enough. I'd like to present you a proclamation tonight. My voice holds out. Whereas the Homestead Rodeo is the southernmost rodeo in these United States of America and has been bringing together cowboy and cowgirl athletes from across the state and nation for over 60 years. And whereas the Homestead Rodeo Association supports rodeo and the tough American spirit of the sport and is proud to sponsor a Tough Enough to Wear Pink campaign to benefit the Susan G. Komen for the Cure. And whereas the toughest cowboys and cowgirls, specialty acts, volunteers, and attendees will be wearing pink on Friday, January 28th, 2011, to raise awareness for breast cancer research. And whereas the success of the Homestead Rodeo and the many accompanying special events, such as Frontier Days Kickoff Concert, Wyatt Earp Gunfighters Western Reenactment, Buck Off, Family Night Line Dancing, and Little Britches Costume Contest, Rodeo Parade, Black Stallion Literacy Project, and the Tough Enough to Wear Pink campaign as a result of hard work and efforts of the Homestead Rodeo Association and its volunteers. And may I just remind you, they are all volunteers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Stephen Bateman, Mayor of the City of Homestead, and the Homestead City Council do hereby proclaim Friday, January 28th, 2011 as Tough Enough to Wear Pink Day in Homestead. And I'm hoping all city employees, if that's all right, Mr. Manager, and everybody will remember that day wear pink, because that will remind women to get their checkups, and it will save lives. I promise you it saved mine. So with that, sorry I preached a little bit. Congratulations. And Buster, you should have been up here. Buster is one of our little angels. Come on and get in the picture. You want to? You don't have to, darling. Not a problem. We have something else here. If you guys will just stay for just a second. You want to talk about it, or you want me to talk about it? Okay. Excuse me. We have an addendum, Mayor, and it's the Homestead Rodeo Association. They're requesting permission from the Mayor and Council to hold a parade in Homestead to celebrate the 2011 Homestead Rodeo with the theme Rodeo Around the World. So, Mayor, if you would ask for a motion.
Yes, at this time I'd like to move it forward. Motion by Mr. Burgess, second by Ms. Lobos. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Done.
We'll see you there.
We're just asking forgiveness for the bond on that.
That we understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do.
I'll see you. I'll be in the booth on Friday night with the Tough Enough Wear Pink. And
say one more
yes, sir.
On Sunday, we're adding another national program. It's the Wrangler National Patriot Program. Sunday is going to be Red, White, and Blue Patriot Day, and it's to raise patriotism, and we're encouraging people to wear red, white, and blue for that event, and we're raising money for a local charity. It's the Armed Forces Service Center at Miami International Airport. So we hope you all come out and support that. That's a new program for us this year, and we want to raise some money for a good cause. So thank you very much.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. And at this time, I'd like to introduce to you the Mayor's Community Policing and Crime Watch Committee. I created this committee, Policing and Crime Watch Committee, to be the eyes and ears of our community and to help out Homestead police officer by a simple phone call. The committee will address safety concerns surrounding our community. And at this time, I'd like to call up a few of the members that are here. We hope that this committee will become 30 to 40 strong. But at this time, I'd like to call up Alfredo Davis, if you're here. Please come up, because I'd like for each one of you to approach the podium and tell what neighborhood that you will be representing. And Winston Ellington, Eric Butler, Sean Dorselli, Bernice Radizak, Dr. James B. Trantham, Edwin Ruiz, Carrie Floody, and Stephen Bees. The committee will meet quarterly, and we'll have a hotline number that these different citizens can reach out to. I think that it's something that's been desperately needed. Who knows your neighborhood better than you? You know, you see strange vehicles, you see things happening late at night, you see a consistent pattern that it just doesn't fit, and these individuals will be the eyes and ears of that community to pick up the phone, have a special phone number to call and report that suspicious activity. And then quarterly we'll meet. We don't want to beat it to death. We don't want to beat the police department up. So what we'll do is meet quarterly. On our first meeting is it's in this secret package right here, but it's on March 15th at 6 o'clock here at City Hall. So at this time, I'd like for each one of you to come up, tell a little bit about your community, where your community is at, where it's located. Okay.
Hello, my name is Alfredo Davis. I live in the Isles at Oasis. I live in the Mirage community that's located on the east side of US 1. We have a great community. We enjoy being there. We enjoy the community of Homestead. I just moved down here. I've been living down here for maybe 2 years, and I really enjoy the neighborhood. I'm a Miami-Dade firefighter. I'm a lieutenant at Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, and we have a couple of firefighters that actually live in my complex, which was surprising to me, and I really enjoy the neighborhood, and I like to, make sure that the integrity of Homestead, stays in place. Okay?
Thank you, Alfredo.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues here tonight. My name is Eric Butler. I'm a new resident of Isles at Oasis, Aruba. I was just recently elected to the position of president of the association. I'm a retiree from the City of Miami Police Department, just shy of 30 years of public service. I would like to say thank you to Mr. Mayor for selecting me with this recognition for this position this evening. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody, Mr. Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sean Dorsley. I'm in Bali, which is out of Oasis, actually Aruba, Bali. We're all on the same side. President for my association, been with City of Miami. I'm a detective for 16 years. Me and Butler, we worked for a while. So we want to help City of Homestead. I have a couple of Homestead police officers living in my neighborhood. We want to help them to be their eyes and their ears, and to kind of tackle crime. And again, I would like to thank Mr. Mayor and for helping us, and Mr. Tom too. When we were opening a gate last year, it was quite a big challenge, but we made it. Thank you for your help. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edwin Ruiz. I live in Waterstone. I'm honored to be one of the eyes and ears of Homestead. I work in Homestead Hospital, and I see a lot of things happening in the community. And I just wanted to be one of those who makes a difference to help out in the community. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to the council and the mayor. My name is Winston Ellis, and I'll be representing the Southwest section. I'm almost retired. I have 39 years in the Dade County School Board, and my last final day will be the end of this month. So I'm glad that they'll retire me on one way, but I'm glad to be able to give the service that is needed in our community. And it's just a joy, and I want to thank the committee for selecting me. I won't sit home and get tired.
Steve. How are you, Bernice? I'm fine. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm nothing new with Crime Watch. I've been the chairman for about 15 years, and I never give up on trying to look out my window and see what's going on. And I live in the villages of Homestead, Audubon Village, Virginia, and I will always be involved in Crime Watch. Thank you.
That's your mission if you choose to. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jim Trantham, and all I said to Mayor Bateman when he asked me if I would do this, I'd say, do I get to ride in one of those little three-wheeled Segways? Yes. Here's your mission. Okay. Chief Roll, would you please come up? I'd like to get a photo op with you and the new Crime Watch Committee. This is important to me. It seems like it's a small item, but it truly is a big item. It's something that can really slow the crime process down just by a simple phone call. And Chief Roll, I know, appreciates that.
You're missing Bernice.
I know there won't be no fires in your neighborhood. Okay, thank you, Council, for allowing us to move that up so that we can get into some real business here. Let's move to the consent agenda. Item number 6, a motion.
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you. Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Okay, public hearing, ordinance of land use items, etc. Richard, do you want to take the quasi-judicial part of it?
James is going to read it.
Okay, James, you want to take that?
Yes, please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff has made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization, and further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I did have conversations at, Mr. Attorney, do I need to disclose the conversations that I met with the base on tab 12, 13, 14?
Yes, you do.
As well as the Algers on tab 14. We discussed the various memorandums that were entered into. I also had a conversation with the applicant on tab 15, in which they presented an overview of their plan.
So, and at this time, yes, go ahead. I'd like to say that I've had a meeting with the Algers as well and discussed their position on the issue. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, I've had a meeting with the Algers as well to discuss what's on the agenda, and also with the base. And I think that is it.
Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Yes, Mr. Bridge.
I also need to put forth that I've had phone conversations with the base and personal meetings with the Algers on this.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Lopez.
As well, meetings with the Algers and with the Air Reserve Base.
Thank you.
Mayor, I met with briefly with the Algers, and I had a phone conversation with the base.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Just follow up, same here, with Algers and as well as Speedway.
All right, we've cleared the air on that. We have the swearing in at this point?
At this time, the clerk will swear in any persons who wish to testify on any of the following quasi-judicial items.
Would you please stand and raise your right hand? and repeat after me. I, please state your name, hereby swear or affirm that the information I present shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. You may be seated.
Moving on to your first agenda item, tab 9. Tab 9 is a final order of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a certificate of use to allow the operation of a restaurant with on-premises sale and consumption of beer and wine located at 250 North Homestead Boulevard, further granting a waiver of location requirements for the on-premises sale and consumption of beer and wine as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Motion to move it on?
I move to approve it.
Second. Thank you. Staff report?
The applicant, Sue V. Thai and Sushi Restaurant at 250 North Homestead Boulevard, is applying for a certificate use for and with a waiver of location, and they will comply with the hours of operation according to the city code. The staff recommends approval. This proposed use meets the criteria for certificate of use and waiver of location requirements pursuant to sections 311C and D of the city code and is subject to approval by city council.
Thank you, ma'am. Question from council? Okay, hearing no questions from council, would the applicant like to speak prior to opening public hearing?
No.
Do I need to disclose? Do I need to disclose that I've eaten at the restaurant? I paid my own bill, but hey, the restaurant.
Great place to eat.
Nothing. Okay. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Does anyone from the public have anything to say at all about this item? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council? Hearing none, seeing none. At this time, roll call vote.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 10. We're going to take 10 and 20 together, right?
Yes, tab 10 and 20 together, and following tab 10 and 20, we'll also do tab 11 and 21.
Right.
So, tab 10 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a special exception requested by Homestead Park, LLC, to permit interim agricultural uses on approximately 14 acres of land located within the Homestead Park of Commerce as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you. Second? Okay, thank you, Mr. Burgess. Staff report?
Staff recommends approval of the special exception. The request is in accordance with Section 3531 and Section 3532 of the City Code and meets the minimum standards and criteria.
Questions from council? Hearing none, I'll open the public hearing. Would the applicant like to speak?
Good evening, Lila Batiste with the law firm of Holland and Knight, 701 Brickell Avenue, on behalf of Homestead Park, LLC. I don't have anything further to add.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the community, would you like to speak on behalf, for or against? Please come to the podium. Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final comment from council? Hearing none, seeing none, roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we'll go to item 20.
Yes. Item 20, tab 20, is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an interim agricultural use general impact agreement between the City of Homestead and Homestead Park, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. This is simply the general impact agreement that's required under the special exception approval for the applicant and the city to enter into.
Okay, motion to move it on?
Move it.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, thank you. Staff report? Questions from council? Staff report?
That's simply it, Mayor.
You got it, okay. Questions from council? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone from the public that'd like to speak? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Tab 11.
Yes, moving on to tab 11. Tab 11 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a special exception requested by 336 Raceway LLC to permit interim agricultural uses on approximately 5 acres of land located within the Homestead Park of Commerce as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Motion to move it on?
Move it.
Thank you. Second? All right. Staff report.
Staff recommends approval of the special exception. The request is in accordance with Section 30-531 and Section 30-532 of the City Code and meets the minimum standards and criteria.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions from council? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Would the applicant like to speak?
Lila Batiste with the law firm of Holland and Knight on behalf of 336 Raceway LLC. We have nothing further to add.
Okay, would anyone from the public like to speak? For or against? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council? Hearing none, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please, we'll close the public hearing and roll call vote.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Woolman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we'll move to 21 to tie that together.
Yes, a resolution of the City Council of City of Homestead, Florida, approving an interim agricultural use general impact agreement between the City of Homestead and 336 Raceway LLC, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. Again, this is the general impact agreement the applicant is required to enter into with the city pursuant to the special exception. I would like to just point out for clarification that in the general impact agreement, there's a Scrivener's error with regard to the acreage. The acreage is 5 acres. That'll be modified by staff, but I just wanted to point that out for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions from council, other than the 5 acres? Okay, open the public hearing.
I'll move to approve
Okay.
the agreement.
Okay, thank you. Any, at this time of public hearing, will we open any questions from the public at all? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Woolman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Tab 12.
Yes, moving on to tab 12. Tab 12 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, considering a vested rights determination as requested by 336 Raceway LLC, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, motion to move it on.
I move it.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, sir. Staff report.
.336 Raceway LLC, the applicant, through the legal counsel, Lila Batiste, requests a vested rights determination concerning the development of approximately 5 acres of property located within the City of Homestead Park of Commerce. Staff recommendation, based on the foregoing analysis, the applicant, 336 Raceway LLC, has established vested rights by demonstrating with competent substantial evidence that governmental acts of development approval were obtained prior to September 22, 2010, affecting the standards governing development of the real property, and that it detrimentally and reasonably relied in good faith on those governmental acts of development approval by making such substantial change in position or incurring such extensive obligations and expenses that it would be highly inequitable to deny the applicant the right to complete development in accordance with the HPOC master plan. The scope and extent of the vested rights granted is determined to be as follows. 336 Raceway LLC is determined to have vested rights to develop the property in accordance with the HPOC master plan to the extent that the density and use restrictions of the ordinance conflict with the HPOC master plan. The applicant is exempt from those ordinance provisions. Specifically, A, the applicant, 336 Raceway LLC, is vested from the application of Section 1.62 and 3CI2 and 3 of the ordinance, and B, 336 Raceway LLC is entitled to develop the property subject to this determination in accordance with the HPOC master plan. Background information is in your staff report, and the applicant and the air base are here.
Thank you. Questions from council? Hearing no questions from council, I'll open the public hearing. Questions from military or...
Mayor, at this time procedurally, the applicant has a presentation they'll give. Then you can ask any questions of the applicant, and then I would recommend that you allow the base to go, and then open it up to the remaining public.
And I'm not going to put a timeline on it. I just asked for us to be respectful of the time. So go ahead with that, applicant.
Lila Batiste and my colleague Ed Ramos with the law firm of Holland & Knight, address 701 Brickell Avenue in Miami. On behalf of 336 Raceway LLC, the owner of the subject property, we're joined by the principals of 336 Raceway LLC, Mr. Charles Pinky Munns and Renee Taylor. Just a few housekeeping items. I will have a PowerPoint presentation this evening. I provided a copy for the city clerk for the record. The record also includes our application statement and forms that were submitted to the city on December 6, 2010. And then, given the quasi-judicial nature of the hearing, I'd like to just add two more things. One, the council made certain disclosures about conversations with the base, if any of those, and I assume some of those included our application. Given that the ex parte communication may have been prejudicial, we want to put on the record that we object to the ex parte communications given the quasi-judicial nature of the application. And then finally, we expect that the base has remarks after we make our presentation. So at the conclusion of my presentation, I would like to reserve time for rebuttal. And I would just like to start my presentation really giving the council, providing some background on the Park of Commerce, and in order really to provide context with regard to the vision for the Park of Commerce, the Rockefeller Plan. As some of you may know, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the history of the Park of Commerce, but back in August of 1999, the city and the Rockefeller Group, a preeminent national developer, entered into a purchase and development agreement. And under that agreement, the Rockefeller Group had the right to purchase from the city all of the land, the 260 acres reflected in the Park of Commerce plat, which was recorded in April of 2001. The agreement also required the Rockefeller Group to develop and submit to the city for its approval a conceptual plan or master plan for the Park of Commerce, and to it is the Rockefeller Plan that we are all very familiar with. That Rockefeller Plan was approved by the city in April of 2001, and since that time has remained the document that governs the development within the Park of Commerce. I do want to point out that the Rockefeller Plan was approved by ordinance, which required 2 readings back in March and April of 2001, and a review of the minutes from those hearings indicates that there was no objection or no public comment relating to the approval of the Rockefeller Plan. The base didn't have any objection then. The Military Affairs Committee didn't have any objection then, and there was no comment, actually, from the public with regard to the approval of the Rockefeller Plan. So I do want to just point that out because they have since obviously been very vocal about their concerns and objections to the plan. For whatever reason, Rockefeller did not move forward with the purchase and development of the property, and instead it assigned a portion of the 260 acres to Douglas Development, which ultimately conveyed that property to Doug LLC, and then the city retained a significant portion of the land within the Park of Commerce, which included 118 acres that would ultimately be sold in 3 transactions. The first being the 5-acre site to Lapis Lazuli, and that was, the city entered into a contract on September 18, 2006 for that 5-acre site. The next day, on September 19, 2006, the city entered into a contract for the sale of 14 acres to Homestead Park of Commerce Group for a purchase price of approximately $1.8 million. And then on December 5th of that same year, the city issued RFP 2007-1 for the purchase and development of the remaining 100 acres, which is currently owned by A&H Commerce Park. All three of those applications have been subjects of vested rights determinations in response to the recent airport zoning ordinance. Each of these transactions contained the same language with regard to the development of the property. One, that the property was to be developed in accordance with the Rockefeller Plan. Second, that they were required to join in a declaration of restrictive covenants, and nothing in that declaration of restrictive covenants would prohibit uses that were either contemplated by the master plan or previously approved by the city. Third, all of the properties within the Park of Commerce were to be treated equally, in that no parcel would have restrictions or burdens greater than any other parcel within the Park of Commerce. And the city went as far as hosting a meeting with all of the property owners within the Park of Commerce to discuss this declaration of restrictive covenants, to go over the Rockefeller Plan, and since then has even amended the Rockefeller Plan to demonstrate or represent that the Rockefeller Plan was in fact the document that continues to govern the development of the Park of Commerce. And again, I give this background in order to provide a broader context of the Park of Commerce, particularly as it relates to the Rockefeller Plan and the city's intentions and representations for years now about how the Park of Commerce was to be developed. It was supposed to, be a major economic and employment center for the city. And it's against this backdrop that 336 Raceway filed its vested rights application with the city. So with that, and Mr. Mayor, I will try to go as quickly through these slides as possible, but as you know, we're required to establish a record of substantial competent evidence. So please indulge me.
Reset the clock, please.
Thank you. The applicant is asserting that it has vested rights to develop the property in accordance with the Rockefeller Plan without any of the additional density or use restrictions as set forth in the recent airport ordinance. You'll see on this slide that the property is just east of the property owned by A&H at the intersection, the northwest intersection of Southwest 142nd Avenue and Park of Commerce Boulevard. It's part of the Villages of Homestead DRI, which was zoned PUD back in 1975 and was approved as a DRI that same year in 1975 pursuant to Ordinance 751170. The development order has been amended several times since then, but as it relates to the density of development, the only restriction is that the Park of Commerce be limited to 3.1 million square feet of industrial use. To date, there have been several uses that are either existing or improved within the Park of Commerce. They include Contender Boats, the Gold Coast Beverage Center, the FBI building, the Southern Bell Substation, the 550,000 square feet of industrial park approved by plat for A&H, Speedway Commerce Park, site plan approval, there's the fire station, and then the DEA building. As I previously mentioned, the Rockefeller Plan was approved in 2001. In 2008, prior to adopting the JLUS, the ACUS, and the recent airport ordinance, the city accepted certain amendments to the Rockefeller Plan and gave every indication that it was going to continue to govern the use and development of the Park of Commerce. The Rockefeller Plan lists several uses that would be permitted in the park, and it's just a listing of those uses here. They're just a variety or broad range of office, industrial, manufacturings that are deemed appropriate for an industrial park. Okay. So again, in 2006, the city sold the subject property, the 5 acres, to Lapis Lazuli, or entered into a contract to sell this property to Lapis Lazuli, which was an optical eye solution, optical solution company. And they were looking to establish their U.S. base with, and using the property to head up their administrative offices in the U.S. as well as their manufacturing and warehousing of their optical solutions. The contract that was entered into between the city and Lapis included a provision that says, very simply, the property is subject to the Rockefeller Plan. Subsequent to entering to that agreement, the city and Lapis Lazuli entered into an agreement to join a declaration of restrictive covenants, and that agreement, which runs with the land, it's recorded in the public record and runs with the land, states that nothing in the declaration will prohibit any use contemplated by the Rockefeller Plan or previously approved by the city, and again, all of the parcels within the Park of Commerce are to be treated equally. 336 Raceway, the applicant for this vested rights hearing, purchased the property from Lapis Lazuli through an assignment of contract, which included the sale of the property for $1.1 million. They received a draft of the Declaration of Restrictive Covenants, and again moved forward with the that covenant and meeting with the city and other property owners with the understanding that the property could be developed in accordance with the Rockefeller Plan. And I'm going to skip these slides because they really just give the background of the sale of the other properties within the Park of Commerce. But I will say, as you know, earlier, well, last year now, the city adopted this airport zoning ordinance, which essentially provides a land use compatibility chart that is more restrictive than what the Rockefeller Plan allows in terms of uses on the property. And then it also includes a density restriction. It prohibits any use on the property, even if that use is compatible or permitted under the Rockefeller Plan. It prohibits, it limits the density restriction to 50 people per acre. For the vested rights application, our position is simply that if the ordinance were applied to the property, it would adversely impact the applicant's right to develop the property in accordance with the Rockefeller Plan, and this would be highly inequitable given that the applicant purchased the property with the understanding that it would be able to develop the property with the range of uses that were previously approved for the plan. And again, there is a covenant running with the land. This is not something that was specific to Lapis Lazuli, but certainly as Lapis Lazuli's successor in title, 336 Raceway had reasonable expectation that it would be able to develop the property in accordance with the approvals that were previously granted. Under the airport ordinance, the city council or the applicant has to meet two tests or two prongs in order to meet its or demonstrate its vested rights claim. The first is that there was a governmental act of development approval that was obtained prior to the effective date of the ordinance. And the second was that the property owner detrimentally and reasonably relied in good faith on those governmental acts, and as a result incurred extensive obligations or significant expenses in moving forward with the purchase and the development of the property. In this case, there's been several acts of development approvals granted by the city that affected the standards of development for the property prior to the adoption of the ordinance. They start back in 1975 with the development order, the approval of the development order for the DRI. There was then the 1991 ordinance, which so many people speak about, but that 1991 ordinance expressly exempts the property from the regulations, from the ACUS and airport regulations that were adopted at that time. There was the 2001 amendment to the development order, which established the density of development for the Park of Commerce at 3.1 million square feet. There was the Rockefeller Plan adopted in 2008 and has since been recognized as a document that governs the development within the Park of Commerce. I can't really see. The city then passed resolution, a 2006 resolution authorizing the sale of the property to Lapis Lazuli for the development, again, of its office, manufacturing, and warehousing facilities sufficient to support Lapis Lazuli's U.S. base of operations. And then there were the other sales, the contracts entered into, with the Homestead Speedway Group as well as A&H Commerce Park. And then most recently on September 8th, the city approved certain amendments to the Rockefeller Plan, which were accepted by the city and recorded in the public records. So based on all of those governmental acts of development approval, 336 was reasonable and relied, 336 was reasonably relied in good faith on all those governmental acts of development approvals, and was reasonable in expecting that this property would be developed in a uniform manner as with all the other 114 acres within the Park of Commerce that were sold at the same time. Again, its obligations included the purchase of the property for $1.1 million. And then since then, 336 has expended approximately $285,000 for the financing and maintenance of the property. In addition to the vested rights claim, the 336 Raceway is prepared to proceed with a Bert J. Harris claim on the grounds that if applied to this property, the ordinance significantly diminishes the value of the property such that the applicant is unable to attain its reasonable investment-backed expectation, and that is because, again, the ordinance is far more restrictive than the Park of Commerce Master Plan. In considering the applicant's request or vested rights application, the City Council is to look at a number of factors. There's 5 factors listed in the airport ordinance. I'm just going to quickly walk through some of those that are applicable to this project. First, one of the factors for the City Council to consider is the nature and extent of the development approvals that were previously granted. In this case, the active development approvals that were previously granted include the development order for the villages of Homestead DRI, which again, the only restriction with regard to density there is the overall density cap of 3.1 million square feet within the Park of Commerce. Then the Rockefeller Plan, which establishes the planning criteria and architectural control guidelines for the Park of Commerce. It creates 3 districts, the Lake District, the East End, and the West End. This property is within the East End, which is designated primarily for light assembly, light manufacturing, and distribution uses under the Rockefeller Plan. Again, though, without any restrictions as to the number of people that can work within those facilities. The other approval was the city's acceptance of the Lapis Lazuli proposal, which was to construct their sales, administration, and warehousing facilities. Phase 1 of that project included a 20,000 square foot building for the U.S. administrative offices, and then a single liquid filling and packaging line, along with a bay warehouse. And I have every reason to believe, I don't know this for sure, but it is very likely that those operations were extensive enough to have more than 50 people on the site. So that agreement, the only other restriction under that agreement was the lot coverage of 40% and then the interior ceiling height of 30 feet. So with regard to the development on site, those were the approvals in place at the time that the applicant purchased the property and prior to the adoption of the ordinance. Another factor to consider is whether or not the applicant's reliance was reasonable based on the agreements, contract for sale, or other obligations. And our response to that question is, of course, yes, it was reasonable for 336 Raceway to believe that the property can be developed in accordance with the Rockefeller Plan. In fact, every document that you come across with regard to this property and the other properties within the Park of Commerce state very clearly that they were to be developed in accordance with the Rockefeller Plan. With regard to the reliance and whether or not it was reasonable, one of the factors to be considered is whether or not the applicant had prior knowledge of the ordinance, the adoption of the ordinance, and the record in this case indicates that 336 Raceway had no prior notice or knowledge of the adoption of the ordinance. What 336 knew at the time that it purchased the property was that the 1991 ordinance expressly exempted the property from any of the airport regulations. The 2004 ACU study that is often referred to was never adopted by the city, and the only restriction on density was the 3.1 million square feet, and then the lot coverage and interior ceiling height within that was presented in the contract between the city and Lapis Lazuli. And notwithstanding the 2004 ACU study that the city never adopted, the city proceeded with the sale of this parcel as well as other parcels within the Park of Commerce, issued development approvals, and stated that the property could be developed in accordance with the master plan. In the interest of time, I am going to move forward and get to this last factor of whether or not the applicant would be prohibited by this section from completing the proposed development. And the answer to that question, of course, is yes, in that if the airport ordinance was applied to the property, it would not be, the applicant would not be able to develop it in accordance with the Rockefeller Plan because the ordinance is more restrictive than the Rockefeller Plan. And there are density limitations with regard to the number of people, and those density caps don't exist in the Rockefeller Plan. I'm going to close now, Mr. Mayor. Your city staff has done, they have recommended approval, and they have succinctly, in 5 pages, made our case. It took me 15 pages and 30 minutes here to do, so I would urge the council to follow the recommendation of the city's professional staff. I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal in response to whatever comments may come up for the base.
We'll see what type of time they use. Thank you. Yes.
Before she goes, can
Sure.
I just get a little clarification from Ms.
Lila?
Ortiz, please? Can you be a little more specific for me about how the density would hinder what your applicant is trying to do out there and clarify that as to...
Sure. The Rockefeller Plan allows for a range of industrial, manufacturing, assembly uses, and it is very likely typical of those kind of operations where you may have a large number of people working on an assembly line or in a manufacturing operation. Under the ordinance, you would only be prohibited to have up to 50 people per acre, where it is likely that those uses could generate more than 50 people per acre.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, in order to...
Navy standard English.
I'm sorry. I heard that Ms. Batiste had a sort of procedural objection regarding the ex parte communications. I'd like to clear that up for the purpose of the record.
Okay.
Are there any questions? If there's questions that you'd like to ask of counsel in terms of their ex parte communications, I'd like to give you the opportunity to do that in order to clear up the objection you made that you didn't think that the disclosures that were made were sufficient. So if there's some question that you would like to ask any member of the council regarding you do have the right to cross-examine them with regard to their ex parte communications. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask them in order to clarify the objection that you made, I'd like to offer you at this time.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Can we hear from the base?
Before I make my comments into the record, I'm going to ask the wing commander from the base, Colonel Lindbergh, to make a few comments.
Please, go ahead. Colonel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have about 4 slides I'm going to talk to, and in true military fashion, I have some scratch and sniff folders for you guys, if I can pass them out to you.
Sure.
Thank you. As the slides are being passed out, I'll introduce myself. I'm Colonel Donald Lindbergh. I'm the wing commander from the 42nd Fighter Wing, Homestead Air Reserve Base, Florida. Tonight in the crowd are also representatives of our tenant units, SOC South Command, with about 250 plus active duty servicemen, our Coast Guard Det, our U.S. Customs, and our alert facilities from the 125th Fighter Wing, the Florida Air National Guard. The Homestead Air Reserve Base has enjoyed a very successful relationship with the city of Homestead. As a matter of fact, after being wiped out by Hurricane Andrew, its ability to claw back to our present state right now of well over 2,300 airmen and U.S. Marshals working, U.S. Customs folks working on the base has been significant. In the last 10 years alone, because of the team between Team Homestead, the city of Homestead, and the Air Reserve Base, the economic impact of the Air Reserve Base has been over $1.5 billion. As a matter of fact, in the last 8 years alone, the economic impact has more than doubled, and it continues to do so. The fact that these missions have been added to Homestead Air Reserve Base is indicative of the confidence that the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Air Force has in Homestead Air Reserve Base as a future mission. This year, we'll add 165 active duty airmen for the first time since Hurricane Andrew that will come and work at Homestead Air Reserve Base permanently, maintainers and pilots. And again, my thanks to you for the teamwork that you guys provided with the base. One of the things I want to talk about, and I am passionate about it, and I make no apologies for this, and that's safety. I'll talk about the mission of one of our tenant units, which is the Air Alert Mission, or ASA, Air Sovereignty Alert, which is performed by the Florida Air National Guard flying the aircraft that you see in the slides on the televisions. This is the F-15 Eagle, and in a typical configuration for Alert, it's configured with 2 air-to-air missiles that are radar missiles, along with 4 air-to-air missiles that are heat missiles, along with 940 rounds of 20-millimeter bullets. And the tanks that you see under the wings are actually what I want to discuss with you tonight because they're able to be jettisoned from the aircraft. And these contain 610 gallons each, or 8,300 pounds of jet fuel. On alert status, these aircraft protect the sovereignty of our airspace, and as you can well imagine, after 9/11, this is extremely critical to the U.S. Air Force and to the Department of Defense. As a matter of fact, Homestead Air Reserve Base has the most active air alert facility in the entire continental U.S., 65 active scrambles alone last year. When they scramble, these aircraft have less than 5 minutes to get airborne. And when they take off on runway 23, which takes them directly over the Park of Commerce scenario that we're talking about tonight. Normally, when aircraft land on runway 5, which is also over the Park of Commerce area, APZ 1 and 2, at about 1.5 miles, which is the area that we're talking about right now, aircraft are typically at about 450 feet on approach. Typically, though, their power's back, they're quiet, they're lightweight, and able to land without any problem. When they take off opposite direction, like an alert bird does, they'll be in full afterburner with two, unlike the single F-16 engines. In addition to that, they'll hold down the aircraft to accelerate faster, so it'll be much lower at this 1.5 mile point. Next slide is a picture of some birds. Unfortunately for Homestead, we have a lot of birds. Last year alone, we had 139 bird strikes on aircraft at the base. In the months of August and September alone, we had 32 and 30 bird strikes recorded. I was only here on base for 3 months when a bird went right down the intake of one of our F-16s on short final. He managed to land. However, unless you've been living under a rock, we all remember what happened to U.S. Air when Captain Sully Sullenberger got 2 birds that took out an Airbus 320 airliner. That airliner had no power. He had to crash land on the Hudson River. I'm sure he was thankful that there was a river and not houses or schools or hotels. The pictures that you're looking at right now are turkey vultures. This picture was taken by what we call our birdman. He's an environmentalist that tries to scare away. He calls it harassing the birds. But this was taken looking straight up off the departure end of the runway that the F-15s would take off on their way out for alert. Next slide. Picture of the overlay with APZ 1 and 2. As you can see, there's a picture that we're all familiar with the end of the runway. The area that we're discussing right now literally is right in the center at 1.5 miles off the end of that runway. Unlike Captain Sullenberger, the F-15 aircraft have got a luxury that he didn't have. If their motors are taken out, they can eject, and they can give that F-15 back to taxpayers. Or, if they want to stay airborne because the bird goes down one intake, they have another option that he didn't have, which is called jettison. It's a button that you push, and everything that can be jettisoned from the airplane comes off, so on a single engine, that aircraft can remain airborne. What will come off will be 8,300 pounds of jet fuel, 2 air-to-air missiles with live ordnance, and 4 air-to-air missiles that are heat seekers. At that altitude, if it were to happen on departure, this ordnance and this fuel would hit the ground in less than 5 seconds. There'd be no warning, and the result would be the next slide. These slides and pictures are actual pictures of what fuel does when it hits the ground and it hits buildings. Mayor and council members, there's nothing that keeps a commander awake more than concern for the safety and welfare of his airmen. However, being a wing commander, I've got airmen that have families, that are citizen airmen, that have families that live in the Homestead area. That's what makes us very unique about living here at Homestead. So I've got folks that are their spouses and their kids are outside the base, and they're living in these areas that we're talking about that are of concern. In addition, I see our role as Team Homestead with the City of Homestead. My concern, I hope, would be your concern. Thank you very much for your time. Do you have any questions?
Questions from council? Any questions? Let me ask you one question. It may be,
sure.
It may be that you're too new to answer this for me, but at the end of Campbell Drive, there's a Redland Housing Authority, known as South Labor Camp. How far from that camp is your bombing dome? Will you store your bombs?
You know, that's a great question. It's actually, the bomb storage is not really the concern, but there is actually an explosive ordnance site that's right there, and there have been some explosives, controlled detonations that have gone off there. Today I actually had a meeting with the Air Force Reserve Command, and what we're looking at doing is swapping it to the other side of the base, where what I would call the Jurassic Park, which is about 2,200 acres of land I
chair that. I appoint that committee that has been working very hard with the county and try to acquire that property to move that entire camp.
You know what? You don't need to do that. Actually, go ahead and move it. That would be fine. Okay. But you know what? We're going to move the EOD proposed today. As a matter of fact, today was what they call a site survey, and that proposal is being made right now to AFRA to do that.
To move the actual bombs?
To move the actual explosive ordnance training area to the other side of the base.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
No, that was great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Lindbergh. Tyson Smith for the base. No, I had the boring part. That's okay. If I could, I want to submit a few things for the record. And I'll hand them to the clerk at the beginning, so I don't need to throughout. First is a copy of As Colonel Lindbergh indicated, the base is thankful to the city and the community in general for the effort that's gone into the overlay. You'll recall from my earlier comments when you were considering the overlay that the base's only position in this whole debate has always been that the safety implications or the safety recommendations in the ACU study be implemented. But the base has recognized there will be situations where the city feels like it needs to exempt certain property owners to one degree or another in order to protect established vested rights. And that's why we're here. You've got a great ordinance in place in terms of the overlay. So, but by definition, since the granting of any development rights in that area necessarily diminishes those protections, the base is interested in making sure that nothing other than following what's in the vested rights ordinance be what occur. I've read the city's recommendations here. I think it's fairly comprehensive and fairly spot on, but I want to talk a little bit about where the base disagrees for your consideration, and then respond to a few comments that the applicant made. There are two criteria, and only two criteria, for determining whether or not vested rights have been established. Just as a side note, this is not a place to establish development rights, but to establish what happened prior to the adoption of the ordinance in September. The first criteria is whether or not there was a governmental act of approval, and the vested rights ordinance defines a governmental act of approval as being either the master plan or a development order. The master plan, however, is relatively vague. It's a non-final document. It's conceptual in nature. The DRI that was approved is relatively much the same way. It's general in nature, though it lays out some specifics in terms of the entire Park of Commerce. Both apply to the Park of Commerce generally, and neither apply to this specific property in question. You recall the A&H vested rights application that was considered in November. That was a situation where that property owner had brought forth and responded to a specific RFP by the city and had proposed specific uses and specific buildings and specific places on the property. As you've seen from the slide here, we've got a vacant parcel where we don't have approvals that are specific to the site. For this first criteria related to governmental acts of approval, the applicant relies on the DRI, relies on an exemption in the 91 ordinance, an amendment to the DRI in 2001, the Rockefeller Plan in 2008. Those are all, as I mentioned, not specific to this parcel, but are general in nature. And then finally, I just want to clarify, and I clarified this with the applicant's attorney prior to this, so I want to make sure I get it right, but there was an expectation from the original property owner that they would develop an optical development that related to office buildings and some other uses. That expectation was never formalized in any kind of city approval. And one of the slides indicated that the city had approved that. I think the applicant's suggestion is that that was sort of known when the city entered into a contract with them. But I just wanted to clarify the record that vested rights are about specific approvals, and that wasn't made as to that use. The other distinction between this applicant and A&H, as you'll recall, in terms of expectations and reliance, is that this applicant didn't buy the property directly from the city. So this property wasn't in conversation with the city as directly as A&H was. The second criteria relates to whether or not the applicant has reasonably relied and detrimentally made expenditures based on the governmental approval. So even if the council were to find that the master plan is a sufficient governmental approval, the second criteria has to be met, and that is whether expenditures have been made and that they were detrimental and that they were reasonably made. The reasonableness piece of that basically goes to whether or not the applicant or the applicant in this case could have expected that these types of could have made those expenditures reasonably expecting that the type of regulation that was eventually passed would not be passed? Would it be reasonable for them to think that regulations of this nature weren't going to hinder what they wanted to do on the property? And I would posit to you that that would not have been reasonable, given the awareness of the location of the base, number one, but the existence of the master plan, which mentions the base, sales contracts mentioning the base, et cetera. The expenditures that were made related to the purchase of the property generally, the financing of the property, maintenance of the property. The second prong of the test were expenditures made requires that those expenditures be made detrimentally, which means has the government come and passed something that means they wasted that money. They haven't wasted that money here because these expenses will go towards anything they want to develop on the property, even under the overlay. As the applicant pointed out, there's another unique aspect of this application that differs to some degree from the A&H application, and that is that the east end of the master plan, where this property is located, anticipates light assembly, light manufacturing, and distribution uses. Those uses, and I guess we could debate it, but they're generally allowable under the overlay. Now, if they're too intense, there is the density regulation, but generally there's a consistency there. And if you have the ordinance with you, if you don't, I can show you a copy of it. It's very simple to see that most manufacturing uses are allowed. Transportation, all transportation and trade uses are allowed. But my point is this, that expenditures that have been made have not gone to waste. That the land uses that are allowed under the master plan and under the overlay would necessitate those same expenditures. The point has been made in a number of cases that and you'll see one of the criteria or one of the factors you can consider in determining vested rights is whether or not the overlay would prohibit the planned use. Unfortunately, in this case, it's hard to tell what the planned use is because the master plan is vague and conceptual in nature. But in my view, again, there's nothing in the overlay that prohibits manufacturing uses, that prohibits light industrial, that prohibits assembly and distribution. The Burt J. Harris claim was mentioned, of course, not relevant to those two factors. So it's for these reasons that the base does not feel that vested rights are in place and that it's not necessary to grant them and to afford more protection that the overlay, and therefore not to diminish the protections of the overlay. Your staff has recommended that vested rights be granted to the extent, essentially to the extent of the master plan, and it's for that reason that we'll proffer a small adjustment to that if the council is inclined to grant vested rights. The first is what I think is a Scrivener's error in terms of what sections of the ordinance are being requested to be exempt from. A&H was, and I think the application actually in this case also requested exemption from 1.6, and you'll see this in the draft proposed resolution that I proffered, request to be exempt from 1.62, and 1.63C of the ordinance. Okay. The resolution proposed by staff also included 1.61, so I'd ask that that be stricken. The second clarification that the base would request is that it be specified in any resolution granting vested rights, if you decide to do that, just noting that this property is in the east end, just to avoid confusion later as to what's allowed. As I said, unfortunately, in the master plan, it's not very clear. So if we can at least clarify that one point in any kind of approval, that would be appreciated. And finally, just clarifying that when you grant or if you grant any vested rights to the master plan, it says the master plan existed when the overlay was adopted, and those changes have been proffered. You'll notice I had a copier problem here at the end. The resolution I passed out has the next applicant's name on it. The issues are the same. So that's really just for your reference.
You want to clarify 1.62, or do you want the applicant to?
1.6.
You pointed out 1.62 being a Scribus.
Yeah, Mayor, we have no problem with removing 1.62. Yeah, it's 1.61.
Okay, here it's
in the proposed resolution. It states 1.61 and 2 under Section 2, vested rights determination, and We agree. It's a Scrivener's error, and it should just be 1.62.
That's, I want to clarify before we move on. Okay.
Any questions?
Well, no. Any questions, counsel? Mr. Burgess?
Can you just clarify, I see you spoke of the east, and they spoke of the lake, and they spoke of the west.
Sure.
And this may go to the applicant, but when this property was purchased, which one of those three categories did it fall under?
It's within the east.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I know you, that just came up at the very end after the presentation about the East End. How would you like that incorporated if these vested rights were given tonight? And what would maybe my question should be to James as well, I mean, and how would that affect the applicant?
The proposed ordinance that was just handed out, the proposed resolution language that was just handed out, if you refer to page 2, you'll see there's underlying language from the base. Even though it refers to the next application, which is Silver Arrow, this language also appears in this resolution for this for this application 336. But the base is requesting that you further clarify, if you're going to approve this resolution, that you further clarify the resolution with the underlying language that says that the determination, the property is subject to this determination consistent with the uses allowed in the East End District of the Park of Commerce, and further clarify that it is as it existed upon the adoption of the ordinance 2010-0925 on September 22nd, 2010.
But how would that affect the applicant?
Well, certainly the applicant bought the property with regard to the Park of Commerce as it existed at that time, which was in the East End. The East End allows for light assembly, light manufacturing, and distribution. There's some references about uses that are consistent with to implement those types of activities. The master plan is a fluid document. The master plan can be amended in the future by the city manager or by you all. So it can be changed, it can be modified. So I think that's the concern of the base, that at some point in the future, if you simply say that they're vested pursuant to the Rockefeller master plan or the revised master plan, that at some point in the future it could be amended and the light manufacturing, light assembly, and distribution could somehow or another turn into office or something more intense or something with more people. So I think that's the concern that the base has. You can ask the applicant what their take might be with regard to.
Maybe I'll do that.
Mr. Shelley.
Well, I'd like to ask Mayor, if you don't mind.
Sure, please.
We're going to do that now or during rebuttal? We'll go back and forth.
She's going to ask the applicant.
I still don't have the answer that I'm looking for as to how it would affect.
I've explained that the applicant objects to that amendment. I think the appropriate place, the property is subject to the master plan, as may be amended from time to time. That's the understanding that the applicant purchased. That was the premise that the applicant purchased the property under. It is appropriate in the preamble of the resolution to say that the property is located within the East End of the Park of Commerce, as indicated on the Park of Commerce Master Plan. I will also state that the Park of Commerce Master Plan says that the majority of the property in the East End is set aside for light industrial. It doesn't say all of it, and the Park of Commerce Master Plan is intentionally flexible. For example, the Lapis Lazuli property, their proposed development included offices to support the manufacturing uses. So it would not be appropriate to make the change that the base has requested.
Okay, Mr. Shelley.
My question was somewhat answered, so I'll wait until we...
All right, thank you. Further questions from council? Okay. Did you want to say something before
I
I
was
open
just
it
going
up
to clarify.
other public?
Yeah,
comments?
the only thing I was going to clarify, if I may, is that the base is not requesting that you parse the language in terms of uses allowed tonight, just simply to note that it's in the East End.
And she has no problem with that.
That's what I wanted.
In the body of the
She
resolution.
has no problem with it. Okay, can we see if there's anyone else that has a comment? Is there anyone else, any citizen that has a comment at this point? I think we've given both sides more than enough time. Sure, you're a citizen. Mr. Porter, come on up here. Okay, well, fine. Wow. Please. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for.
I know that secret. You got to turn it off before you move it, otherwise you blow everybody
That's
out.
right. That's right. You learned that.
Mayor, Council, Jeff Porter, 200 Northeast 2nd Ave, Homestead, Corey Gold.
Corey Gold, 10240 Southwest 109th Street. We're here to talk, to just reiterate what was said pretty much. I just would like you to think about not only the present but the future. I want to make sure that we think about the continued viability of the base. Colonel Lindbergh mentioned the economic impact on Homestead. We want to talk about the safety and well-being of the citizens and the folks that would be working in the Park of Commerce under the situation. And basically, just to make sure that the right decision is made tonight, and not that we have to come back a few years from now and so on.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Mayor, I'd like to also add, there was a couple of comments made about the inactivity of the MAC during the time when the 90s or the 2000, whenever it was brought forward. But the MAC is an all-voluntary group of people that just come together and pay their money to join a committee to support the military effort that goes on at the base. So the ebbs and flows of the participation, okay, that's just the way that it is. We're here today. Times have changed. We feel like that the base is an asset that needs to stay in this community, and this community needs to support that asset. And so we're here on behalf of them. The other point is we really need to be concerned about is the fact is we talk about safety. But the other part that I think that we all need to recognize, and I think James, your city attorney, excuse me, just made a very powerful statement, which we all know. The Rockefeller plan is a plan. It's a guideline. It's just a roadmap. And it doesn't necessarily happen that you may do something today that may be detrimental, but something tomorrow may be detrimental. That's if you continue this exemption process. So we would like to see, I think, as the MAC, a line drawn in the sand and said, okay, we opposed the granting of vested rights to A&H. That's fine. You guys made a policy decision to go that direction. But at some point in time, I think the city has to say, we put a safety overlay there for a reason, and that reason is to protect the safety and well-being of the future people that come into the Park of Commerce. And there is some huge concerns on what may happen down the road. And so there needs to be clarity. I think that that's been mentioned in a couple of different cases. East End, if you look at the Rockefeller plan, it was very specific as to what can go in. Lake area, specific as to what can go in, based on a plan that could be modified by your manager. So it's not really, the comments are it's etched in stone as that's what everybody expected, but it's a fluid plan. So to say that it's etched in stone when it's not etched in stone, you have to be careful of the future. So we appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the base, and you guys have a tough job, but I saw the package. What an enormous amount of paperwork. Enormous. I guess you just to get to be overwhelmed all the time. So appreciate what you do. Please consider the base's longevity in the community, and try to figure a point in time where you say we have to stop creating something and then allowing changes to that document. Eliminate the document, but don't continuously let people put other people in harm's way, because they do sell properties.
Sure.
It's already been sold a couple times, so appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
And I'll ask the attorney, as it's a question from the MAC. We are opposed to changes in the Park of Commerce. That was our vote. I know there's another issue that's not relative to the Park of Commerce, but it has to do with vested rights, rather than just keep coming back and forth. We're not here to speak in a negative position with regards to the applicant that is looking for vested rights, the Algers. So can I just put that on the record now? Is that inappropriate?
You did. You did. It's done. And thank you, Jeff. And my decision is very tough tonight, wearing two hats. I'm a former MAC chairman and sponsored Mr. Corey Gold into the MAC, so it's a very tough decision. But, you know, both presentations were very good. I just truly believe that the decision we make here tonight is going to make us or break us for the future, like you said, of the development of that park. So I think staff's done a great job in their, you know, their recommendation and what they've done, the work they've done on it. As you said, you know, we've got literally a foot of paper here.
And if I may comment too, I know that you're looking at some issues with regards to the baseball stadium, and again, that's in the affected area. And again, are you know, where does that line begin, and where is there some comfort for us as MAC members and airbase participants, not only the 482nd, but the other units that are there that are being housed by the 482nd. There's a lot more to lose than just the Air Force component. So please be cognizant of all of the issues and try to find a common ground where we can put a line in the sand and say, okay, enough is enough. The camel's nose is under the tent already with A&H, and we have to stop the rest of the camel from coming in and basically corrupting the whole approach. So thank you very much.
Appreciate your views. Thank
if you could,
Yes.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
please, I have a question for you because you've totally confused me.
Sorry.
Which you've been known to do before. I sat beside him for many years. How can you stand there and say that you are opposed?
No, ma'am. I know where you're going.
I don't get it.
I didn't know. I don't have the right as a member of the Military Affairs Committee to take a position on behalf of Military Affairs that we did not vote on. We voted as a committee to oppose the high-density commercial development that was going into the base. I mean, going into the Park of Commerce. There was no vote officially taken. So I'm not saying I'm for the Alger property and against the base. I mean the Park of Commerce. I'm saying, officially speaking here on behalf of the Military Affairs Committee, we did not address anything to do with the Algers.
Why didn't you?
It was a non-issue at the time. So we, you know, subsequent to all of the meetings we've had, so I just want to put on the record, if you do something with the Algers, we can't, Corey or I can either one stand up here and say, we represent the Military Affairs Committee and are here opposing the Alger property, because that vote was never taken.
It's kind of being selective, though.
I don't understand.
It's not selective. It could probably be considered an oversight on behalf of the Military Affairs Committee.
It's a huge oversight,
I'm
Jeff.
going to plead the
But
fifth.
I wanted to put it on the record
I got
because I didn't want to confuse, and Corey and I had this conversation. We can't advocate against. Personally, maybe yes. When I come back as the public, maybe yes. But as a MAC member for the committee, I cannot.
Okay, I appreciate what you're
Okay.
saying, but you can understand we're put in a very difficult position tonight, and every single person that speaks at that microphone, we are listening to what you are saying, and there are more than just the Park of Commerce. There's another one as well. So it sounded, as Mayor said, it sounded a little selective.
And it's not meant to be that way, and I have to apologize. But for the fact that there are, in our membership, they're not 100% all in favor of one or the other. But the majority of the vote of the people that took a vote in our committee were in opposition to the Park of Commerce.
Okay.
So I wanted to be clear, not only for you, but for our membership, so that they don't feel like we're advocating something that they're not
I understand.
Okay.
But I didn't understand before.
Well, I'm glad you asked the question because I tried to explain it, but obviously I missed it. So, any other
Thank you, Mr.
concerns,
Williams.
sir?
No, I just, and again, I know you feel it because you sat up here for 10 years, and the position that I think that the base has put us in tonight is a very tough position. Call it what you want to call it, safety, whatever. It's a tough position. I didn't vote to sell the property, but I'm here tonight to try to make the right decision.
I agree with you, Mayor, and then I will say, and I'll finish it. You know, multiple wrongs. You know, if we've done something wrong in the past, at some point in time, maybe it has to be corrected, and maybe, and unfortunately.
But it's at whose expense?
Well, that's the $1 million question.
Okay.
That's the $1 million question. Unfortunately, fortunately for me, I don't have to make that decision. I represent the MAC tonight. I represent the MAC.
I hear you. All right.
So the MAC's position is I want it to be clear to you guys, and I hope we've made it as clear as mud.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Corey, thank you. Okay. This is on the same issue?
Good evening, yes. Name is Jack Thompson, attorney at 3081 South Zato Street, Suite 306, Coral Gables, Florida. And I do represent another applicant that is following this presentation. I believe that we're going a little bit too far in going into an in-depth discussion about the Rockefeller plan and the Homestead Park of Commerce restrictions and all of that. We all signed a contract with the city, or at least several of us did, and in that contract it says that the declaration will not subject the property to any restrictions, I get it up where I can read it, any restrictions, burdens, or obligations that are any greater than those imposed against other parcels in the HPOC. I think the Rockefeller plan is being misrepresented because I don't think it's amendable in the way that it's being discussed, and I've read it several times. I believe that we did a declaration in accordance with our agreement. We all agreed to enter into a subsequent declaration subsequent to our purchase, and that's what A&H prepared, and we're all satisfied with that. And that may be amended later on. I don't know. But all the discussions about what we can do in the east end or the lake area or the west end of the HPOC, I think is appropriate when we come in with a plan
with what you're of a build.
building to planning and zoning, and we come before you and say, this is what we want to do.
And the base is back at the table again, and everybody talks, and we work it out.
And that's where we're going to be.
We're trying to get to the first hurdle, get over the first hurdle so we can get to the second and third hurdle. I think we're way ahead of ourselves. Can we move forward? Same issue? Just brief if you can.
Yes, I am Carlos Batista, and I live in Miami. I don't live in Homestead, but I do have a business in Homestead, a hotel. And one of the reasons we came to Homestead to do business is because it's a beautiful city. It's a city with a lot of potential. We are also aware of some of the major economic engines around Homestead, and the base is one of them. It's a very important one, not only for Homestead, actually. It's a very important base for all of the United States, for the defense of the country. I joined the MAC committee for 3 reasons. One of them is good for our business. They have an overflow that obviously could be convenient for us. Second, the MAC committee is a contact with the base. And third, there is a feeling of being so close to something that is so important in the entire United States. It's a base that is of an incredible importance to the security and safety of this country. So being part of that is a good feeling. It's something you want to be part of. I was one time talking to a friend of mine, and we were this is Miami, and we were looking at a map, and the friend said, "Oh, by the way, did you know that they're building a school here?" And I look at the map, and I say, "No, they're not building a school there." And they say, "Yes, they are." I say, that's not possible. He says, "Why?" "Well, look at the air base. Look at the landing pattern. It's in a straight line to that location. Nobody will allow a school to be built there. It makes no sense." He says, "Well, it's outside of the boundary." and it says, well, okay, maybe outside of a boundary, but look at it. You look at that, and why will anybody put a school on the
But it
direct
is outside
path?
the boundary. It is clearly outside the boundary. We didn't put the school in harm's way, and that's what it's sounding like.
Precisely. So, okay, I don't know that much about air bases. I have seen what happened in other cities in the future and so on. So I went and talked to some of the officers in the air base. Went all the way to the top and then came down a couple of ranks, and all of them said, this development that is taking place here is not really the best compatible development with an air base. Now, development for a city of Homestead is extremely important. You want the best development for the city. You want the city to grow as strong and as powerful and as influential and as healthy as possible. So the elected officials need to consider what is of value to the city as a whole. The base is an important element right next to the city, and it's part of the city. I mean, it's almost what makes the city. I was hoping that Colonel Lindbergh mentioned his experience on his previous base, because when I talked to him, he brought that up, and it was very, very powerful story as to what he went through. The future of a city next to a base, if you start putting development that increases the population, increases public uses, increases the activity of the public close to the base, the more of that you have, the more of that you attract. And the harder it becomes later to say no. The time to say no to that form of development in that proximity is at the beginning, not is halfway or down the line. It's extremely important to do that from the very beginning. You want development that is very compatible with the base. That's the kind of thing you want to attract, and that's the kind of business you want to have here. And again, it's all alignment, proximity, noise, safety, and value of land, to take all of those things into consideration. I think it's very important, and again, Colonel Lindbergh, if you have another chance, you should get up here and tell your story of what you have seen happen in other cities as a result of not paying attention at the very beginning as to what can happen in the future due to certain type of development at certain times.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, you're going to have, if it's not the applicant or the base, it's 3 minutes, okay? Go to the podium.
My name's Walter Vick. Looking at the AQ's document in Zone 2 here, they allow dwellings 1 to 2 houses per acre. They allow office space, low intensity. So this applicant would be able to have a fairly decent office area, and it wouldn't go against the AQs, which is a recommended guideline. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at the clear zone right at the end of the runway. Is there a line, and it's safe over there and not there? Plus, you have 9 acres of houses in it. So it's a recommended guideline. It's not die or not.
It's not a live or die by that. I hear you. Okay.
30 seconds, I promise.
Okay,
And this
30
is my
seconds.
fault.
Let's wrap
A
it up.
point I need to get on the record. There was
We've got many behind you. You know, you're going to be up again. The next one. The next one.
There was a point made by the applicant that the property is diminished in value, and just to point out, the 2 criteria here are governmental development approval and reasonable reliance in terms of expenditures. Diminution in value is not a direct criteria, but most importantly, the only decision, all your decisions here tonight have to be based on competent substantial evidence, and there's no evidence that's been offered by the applicant as to diminution of property. And then a final point to this last gentleman's, the points that he made, and that is the way the base views this is that vested rights are not needed as a practical matter to give plenty of use to this property consistent with the master plan. The point's been made over and over. We were told we could develop pursuant to the master plan. We were told we could do that. There's nothing in the overlay that prohibits that. Again, just to reiterate, there are 2 criteria. The basis position is that neither one has been met, but certainly the second has not been met in terms of expenditures, and it would request that you deny the application.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please, final conversation on this particular one. We have several others you can talk on too. Huh? Please, yes, sir.
Good evening. ladies and gentlemen of the council, Mr. Mayor. My name is James Boone. I'm representing the Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection, located at Homestead Air Force Base. We're partners with the Air Force. We're not tenants with the Air Force. We own the property. We own the building. We use their airstrip. We use their infrastructure. Just to boil it down, I had a written statement, but it's way too long for all of this kind of thing. What Colonel Lindbergh was talking about, bottom line here is safety. We're talking lives, not dollars. It's that simple. The same argument is going on in Broward County right now at Fort Lauderdale International Airport, Tamiami Airport. I would encourage all of you, before you make a decision, drive up to North Perry Airport, Hollywood North Perry Airport, drive around it, look at the houses around the place. In 1986, I had a friend of mine ran off the end of a runway in a Learjet. Greatest pilot in the world. Nothing he could have done, other than perhaps Colonel Lindbergh and myself. But it was a mechanical thing. Nothing could have been done. Ran through a dugout that the city had built at the end of the runway. Now, prior to that, it had been the same arguments year after year after year, and everything kept closing up on the airport. All of a sudden, it was the airport's fault. 20 minutes later, after that Learjet went through the fence and the runway, the Little League team showed up. So before you make a decision on that, you need to think about things like that. We're talking lives, not money. It is that simple. I understand that there's much paper and attorneys and all this, and there's a lot of money at stake down here. Born and raised in Dade County, understand how all this works. I've had to adjust the flight plans for my crews going in to avoid housing areas that have already encroached up around Speedway. I got guys making downwind landings. Not a good idea for a pilot, just to stay away from those houses. Many of you people in here, I'm sure I've seen you out there, Mr. Mayor, at the sports complex. Standing out there as a parent, glad to be here. Standing there as a pilot, I'm thinking, oh my God. I mean, thank God they are offset off the final approach, but it's not much. Sitting there looking at 200 kids playing baseball or soccer on a field, and they're just offset. Now, they are offset.
They're offset.
They're outside the limit. It's all good. My wife teaches at Peasgate School, right on the approach path. It's outside the limit. I'm good with that. But as the gentleman said, I don't know his name, but he said, Camel's got his nose under the tent. I submit to you that there's a lot more than nose under the tent. This is how it starts. This is how it progresses. The counties and the cities that own these smaller airports, they've got their head in the sand. The county attorney, if he's got any sense, doesn't sleep at night, because it's a matter of when, not if. And $1 million here, $1 million here is going to be really cheap when you wipe out 200 kids at the end of a runway. It's just that simple. I don't know how else to put it to you. The Air Force is not like the counties and cities that own these things. The United States Air Force, when the liability factor tips too heavy and the noise, public pressure, political pressure, economic pressure becomes too great, land use starts closing in, the Air Force will close that base. Make no mistake about it. And if you look on a big map, there is no place like Homestead Air Force Base. I've been flying in and out of there in a law enforcement capacity since 1983. Colonel Lindbergh's got no dog in this fight. 2 years from now, he'll be gone. I'll still be here, Lord willing. That's the place we need. They will close that base. We will move. They will move. And somebody will build houses and a couple of 7-Elevens, and that's what we'll be stuck with. And I ask you to consider that. And once again, it's lives, not dollars.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I think we need to move on. We're not going to get even to the second vested rights.
I do want to just make a few responses to the comments that were made. I won't be long.
30 seconds.
30
Done. 30 seconds. Move.
Mayor.
Rocking.
I would just like to say I don't disagree that the base is an important part of the city. But the issue is not what the base is or isn't. The issue is what the city has represented to property owners with regard to the development and use of the Park of Commerce. And this is not a new issue. This started back in 1991 when the city adopted an ACUS ordinance in 91 and expressly exempted the property from those regulations. When the again, when the Park of Commerce Master Plan was being adopted, went through 2 hearings. Nobody objected to the application. When the city brought the contracts in 2006, when the city brought the contracts for this property, along with the A&H parcel, as well as the parcel for Homestead Park of Commerce, nobody objected to those contracts being signed, even though the contracts were very specific, that those properties were going to be developed in accordance with the Rockefeller plan. So it's great that now, 2 years or 4 years after these property owners purchased the property, that everybody has an objection, but this is not a new issue. It goes back to 1991.
Thank you very much. I think at this time we've heard the 336 Raceway LLC enough, and we need to move forward. Final comments from council. I'll close the public hearing at this time, and now I'll come back. Final comments from council. Yes.
I just want to say that I really feel sorry for the person that had to go first here, because so many things they've been said, and I think it's going to be, hopefully it won't be said over and over and over, because I think we all get the picture. What I want to make sure that everyone understands, the audience, is that each one of these are different. It's not just, they're not piled into a bundle and just opened in a box. I mean, they're all different. So the point I was trying to make with that East End was that, if, and I've made this very clear before, that I think that there are some properties that do deserve the vested rights, but I want to make sure that the air base was good with the council on that East End, correct?
They are.
The comment that was made.
They were good. I just don't want to go back to public comment again.
I know.
Vice Mayor, they agree to include it in the whereas clauses as part of the legislative intent. Just to reiterate that it's located in the West End. In the East End. They don't agree on.
But the base said they were good with. I heard exactly what Tyson said and Lila, that they both agreed at some point. They agreed. You didn't agree, Tyson? I'm sorry, Mayor, but if there's a motion that's going to be voted on.
Yeah, we hashed this out twice.
The base position is there are no vested rights.
I understand.
We offered a courtesy, an adjustment to staff's recommendation.
Okay.
That's in black and white on the
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, sorry. It's on the same issue here, and that I want to get some clarification if we end up having to consider it, is that, I understood that the applicant was talking about it would be fine in the preamble, but then the big issue was whether or not it was the time of the adoption of the ordinance in September, because that freezes what would be allowed in the East End, if I understand it. Is that what the base is asking for? And the applicant wasn't okay with that, because they wanted it to be a continued live, free-flowing document. So that seems to be the discrepancy. So I need some clarification if we end up going that direction, and that if we vote on, say, the second, or the proposal by the base, are we voting to freeze it in time, or is the applicant objecting to that? Because I understand the applicant objected to that.
Well, we're going to vote first based on what staff's recommendation is.
Right, whatever motion
up or
comes
down.
forward, but I want to make sure I understand who agrees with what. That's
Can I just say, the Rockefeller plan is not fluid. I mean, if the plan is amended, it has to come back before this council. It goes to 2 readings. I mean, this is not something that will not have the base's input. I mean, it's not going to be done without the base's input. So I think that point needs to be made. The Rockefeller plan was amended in a very public fashion. It was part of the RFP. It was part of a contract. And if it has to come back before the city council, it will be done so with 2 hearings as it was originally approved.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question through the city manager to Mr. White. On page 4 of the analysis, you do state as part of your analysis that you have the understanding that the light manufacturing office uses are intended for the property, which are the ones that are permitted by the master plan, which is, in my view, the same, is consistent with the base position on page 2, that the property be limited to light assembly, light manufacturing, and distribution uses. Now, is the only difference that they use the word limited and that we use understanding? I mean, is that the difference between what the base is proposing for the use of the east end of the Park of Commerce, as opposed to the analysis that you gave, which you expressed that there is an understanding that it is for light manufacturing and office uses? Is my question.
I'm looking at 4. Can you tell me?
Paragraph 2.
I'm sorry?
Paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. The beginning of, it says, with the understanding that the light manufacturing and office uses intended for the property were permitted. Is part of your analysis?
Well, it's part of staff's analysis, yes.
Right. So, and I'm reading that, and I'm thinking, in my interpretation, that is consistent with what the base is recommending to us in the memorandum, that the use established in the property be limited to light assembly, light manufacturing, and distribution uses. I am asking if that's a difference of opinion, because that was one of the items that was.
Well, I think
brought up
everyone
by the
agree.
base.
I think your staff agrees and the base agrees. Nobody has an issue with regard to the east end and what's permitted in the east end. That's.
So what I've concluded is that both of the sentences in your analysis, under your recommendation, as well as the memorandum from the base, both address that issue in the same manner, is my question. Did we reach the same conclusion?
It would appear, except under the land development regulations that are under the 2010 ordinance, it's not the same. There are density restrictions. There are preclusions in the ordinance that are more restrictive than what the Homestead Park of Commerce, the master plan allows. There are inconsistencies between the two. They're not the same. The ordinance is more restrictive than the master plan.
With the exemption, if I may, Mayor, just one more question. So with the exemption that you're recommending is consistent with the uses that was understood under the Park of Commerce, which is the light industrial, light manufacturing, and office uses.
Correct.
Which is the same recommendation from the base, that it be limited to light assembly, light manufacturing, and distribution uses. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that both of them do add up to the same type of use.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no further at this point, we're going to do a roll call vote based on what staff has recommended. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Yes. Mayor, really quick. Sure. There's a motion and the second on the floor to approve the resolution that's in the packet as presented.
Correct.
I would just like to clarify, in that resolution, I previously agreed that there was a Scrivener's error with regard to that one change to remove that number 1.
Correct. Yes, sir. I made it over. Okay.
Mayor, before we vote, if we vote yes in favor of what's presented to us, then we can't go back and add in the comment or the clause regarding the east end, correct? So in order to add, unless the maker of the motion would amend?
The procedural correct thing to do would be to, the motion's on the floor. If you'd like to make an amendment to the motion, you should make an amendment to the resolution. You should move an amendment to the resolution if you wanted to include some additional language.
Can I do that if I'm not the maker of the motion?
Yes.
And vote the resolution first. Is that what you're saying?
No, first what you would do is make a motion to amend the resolution.
I'll make that
add certain
motion.
Language. It requires a second.
I make the motion.
Okay. To add, let's be very.
I make the motion of what he said. To add that language into
Can you tell me exactly what the language is? Because we do object to the date, the 9/10.
There's on Section 2A of what was passed out by the base. There are two different, actually 3 different amendments within that section.
Are you referring to?
I'm referring to this piece of paper that was passed out by the base. I'm going to read it to be clear for the record. There are 3 changes. The first one is to eliminate that Section 1, which James has already referred to. The second one was to add the following language: consistent with the uses allowed in the, quote, east end, unquote, district of the Park of Commerce. That's the second change. The third change is added onto the end of the Section 2A,
says, as existed upon the adoption of ordinance 2010-925 on September 22nd. Actually, there's a typo in this from the base too. It says 21-010. I'm sure it means 2010.
We don't object to limiting it to the uses in the East End, understanding that any amendments would come back to the council, but we do object to the limitations of the Park of Commerce at the time the ordinance was adopted.
So, Vice Mayor, if you wanted to make a motion, you need to be clear as to whether you want to just add the language that's acceptable to the applicant, which is this East End language, or whether you want to add the language which is the end, which is limits it to the September 22nd, 2010.
What are you saying?
Where,
Let me show you.
I mean, they give us all these papers.
It's not really fair.
No, it's not.
Okay. This is the language. This language is which is okay with the applicant.
This is the applicant.
So this comes from the base. This is the language that the base was in. This is not just okay with the applicant. This one limits with the applicant.
Let's just get to this one. Please.
Okay. Then I'm
Mayor.
Sir.
When she's finished.
I just was waiting till Richard got back. Then my motion will be that it will say consistent with the uses allowed in the East End District of the Park of Commerce. And that's what they both had agreed upon.
Okay, so that's our motion. It requires a second.
But a second.
But not, okay, so that's the language that'll be added, period.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then if there's any further amendments, otherwise you call the roll on the
bottom.
On the amendment and on the resolution as amended.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna roll call on the amendment that was just read, and then we'll roll call second time on staff's recommendation.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
On the amendment, yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're going to call a roll on staff's recommendation on
As amended.
336, as amended, 336 LLC. Perfect.
Councilman Shelley?
No.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
We'd like to take just a short 5-minute bathroom break. We have a couple council people who need to use the restroom. So with that, hey, I wasn't going to tell them water.
I think it's, you know.
City attorneys, let's start moving forward with this so that we can at least get the applicants up here. All right. Where'd I go with that? Oh, thank you. Tab 13. Okay. Tab 13. City attorney, you want to take that, and let's get the applicants to the podium, and applicant to the podium, or I can move it forward. Tab 13, resolution of the City Council.
Yes, tab 13 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, considering a vested rights determination as requested by Silver Arrow Land Company, LLC, and Alex Group, LLC, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to move it on. Thank you. Second. Thank you. All right. Staff report.
Silver Arrow Land Company, LLC, and Alex Group, LLC request a vested rights determination concerning the development of 14 acres of property located within the Homestead Park of Commerce property. The applicants have established vested rights by demonstrating with competent, substantial evidence that governmental acts of development approval were obtained prior to September 22, 2010, affecting the standards governing development of the real property. The reliance of the applicants on the governmental acts of development approval is determined to be reasonable based on the history of the purchase agreements, expenses, and obligations which were incurred before the applicants had notice or knowledge of the adoption of Ordinance 2010-0925.
Questions from council? Was she finished?
No.
I'm sorry, Sally. Go ahead. Sorry.
Accordingly, Silver Arrow and Alex Group have demonstrated that they have detrimentally and unreasonably relied in good faith on governmental acts of development approval by making substantial changes in position and have incurred such extensive obligations and expenses that it would be highly inequitable to deny the applicants the right to complete the development in accordance with the HPOC master plan. The scope and extent of vested rights granted is determined to be as follows. Silver Arrow and Alex Group are determined to have vested rights to develop the property in accordance with the HPOC master plan to the extent the density and use restrictions of the ordinance conflict with the HPOC master plan. The applicants are exempt from those ordinance provisions specifically. A, the applicants, Silver Arrow and Alex Group, are vested from the application of Section 1.61, 2, and 3C, 2 and 3 of the ordinance, and B, Silver Arrow and Alex Group are entitled to develop the property subject to this determination in accordance with the HPOC master plan.
Questions from council? Hearing no questions from council, we'll open the public hearing. Will the applicant please come forward?
Good evening. I'm Jack Thompson with offices at 3081 Sausalito Street, Suite 306, Coral Gables, Florida. I'm an attorney and I represent the applicants, Silver Arrow Land Company and Alex Group, INC, or Alex Group, LLC. To start with, first, I would like to add to the record as Exhibit 12, a Secretary of State, State of Florida certificate that shows that Homestead Commerce Group, LLC, which, as you will note in the application, is the original purchaser of the property, changed its name to Silver Arrow Land Company, LLC, in 2008. And the purpose of that was the owner basically has two Mercedes-Benz dealerships in Dade County, in Coral Gables and Cutler Bay, and he wanted to memorialize the famous Silver Arrow car which won in the early races, and so every company that he's got, he's renamed Silver Arrow something. So I would submit that for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thus, we have proven by this instrument that Silver Arrow is the original purchaser of this property, this 14 acres that basically surrounds the property that you just considered we are west of that east parcel, if you will. Adam Bass, who owns Alex Group, was in fact an original principal that worked with us at the time of the purchase, and after the purchase, when he got into developing what was going to be his property, we conveyed out to him the property that he purchased from us at that time, and that's where the FBI building is. And basically, he plans on the rest of his property to do similar construction of office buildings. The purchase agreement, well, let me just complete with what we're doing. Silver Arrow has a museum building with offices and restaurant that's already been through planning and zoning, has the approval, and we have been doing development on the property in contemplation of pulling a building permit, which has been approved. And what we have done so far is we have put in the roads, we have put in the water and the sewer, and we have put in all the landfill so that most of the property has enough fill on it to meet the requirements for any building. Some building sites have been made more complete than others, but I am told by my client that we have sufficient landfill on the property today to make every site on that property that we have platted a buildable site. And just to further indicate just how much we have in that, we paid $1,857,591 for the property, and since then in land development, the platting and zoning, the cleaning and fill, the engineering designs, paving, sidewalks, the curbs and the gutters, the water and the sewer I mentioned, storm drainage, underground utilities, which is important, surveys, permits, landscaping, legal expenses, real estate taxes and insurance, and miscellaneous other soft costs that have been put out on the property, and improvements to Lot 1 itself, where we have the already approved project. We've got architectural fees, engineering, and again, water and sewer, storm damage, permits, impact fees, legal expenses, marketing, and professional fees. And all of that adds up to Silver Arrow having $4,284,538 expended on its site. Onyx Group, as I said, has built a building on its site, and in addition to all the expenses that I just indicated, which add up to over $5 million, he's got a total of $9,534,538. $9,534,538. Both applicants have a significant investment in reliance upon their purchase agreement and reliance upon the development they were authorized to do. At this time, I'd like to also introduce into evidence as Exhibit 13 the agreement to join in declaration of covenants and restrictions that was part of the closing documents of our original purchase. This is like a broken record almost, but in prior hearings before this council, we have given this agreement to all of the council members, and I've pointed out the very strict contractual language in this agreement that obligates the city to follow through and honor its agreement, and that is use and development. Nothing contained in the declaration. We're talking about the declaration that we just discussed, the declaration that A&H prepared and recorded that was with our approval and consent. Nothing contained in the declaration will prohibit any use or development of the property which is either, one, contemplated by the Master Development Plan for the HPOC, recorded in Official Records Book 19690 at page 3466 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, or 2, previously approved by the city in connection with the development of the property. Nothing contained in the declaration will limit the land coverage ratio to less than 40% or limit interior height clearance to less than 30 feet. And 1.2, parcels to be treated equally, and this is what we discussed earlier this evening. The declaration will not subject the property to any restrictions, burdens, or obligations that are any greater than those imposed against other parcels of the HPOC. And 1.3, the declaration is to be reasonable, and that's what it was. The declaration will not impose any unreasonable burdens or restrictions on the HPOC and will be similar in form and content to the restrictive covenants governing other office and industrial parks in Miami-Dade County, Florida. And it was drafted to conform with that part of the agreement. So the city has satisfied 1.3 on the reasonableness of the declaration, and the other two are yet to be seen. This parcel of land is pretty much in the same posture as A&H when they came before the commission. And therefore, what I would like to do this evening is to adopt for the record all of the evidence and testimony that was put on by A&H at their meeting here, I believe, November 9th. And I'd also like to adopt and by reference incorporate into this record all of the arguments and proposals of the proponent, the petitioner, in the case immediately preceding this, 336 Raceway. I think if we do that, then we can save a lot of reading and going through everything that's been gone through so many times. So rather than saying right now, case closed, I got one or two more things. Okay. It's already been read this evening that the planning and zoning staff have recommended approval of the application of the petition for vested rights with the exemption of the property from section 1.6, 1, 2, and 3C, 2, and 3. I understand that you're going to correct the A&H resolution and the resolution on the preceding petitioner to remove number 1. That was a typographical error. Is that true?
Yes, sir, that's true.
Okay, so we're together on that. Okay, I've already covered the development we have in reliance on the, that's reasonable reliance on the governmental approval, and the governmental approvals we've already discussed thoroughly. And I don't see on presentation that there's anything more that I needed to cover. I reserve some time on rebuttal to rebut some of the other arguments.
Thank you, counsel. Does anyone on the board here have a question for the applicant?
I do, to James, if I could. Sure. Two quick questions. He's referring to an application to the you guys, but it's expired. Is that correct? Their application that they did in 2007, December of 2007, for a building out there, and a plat approval, I believe, is what the gentleman is referring to.
They have a site plan approval and they have a
site plan, but
plat approval. The plat approval doesn't have an expiration on it. The site plan has an expiration on it. However, if they have pulled building permits associated with that site plan, the site plan is alive.
Right. Okay.
So if they pulled permits for sewer, water, roadways.
So it's still alive then?
Right.
Okay. Secondly, I know that this was one of the gentleman's questions. with the inclusion of consistent with the uses allowed in the East End District of the Park of Commerce, does that prohibit office space? Because I know that was a question that was asked of me in between our little break here.
I think I don't think that it precludes it entirely. I think there is a window open that it does allow, because under the Rockefeller Master Plan, it stipulates and says that both the west and the east ends, the majority of the property should be used for light assembly, manufacturing, and the like. And so it allows for other uses, so I think a small percentage could be some type of office or something that would be associated with manufacturing to support manufacturing or warehousing. So there's a possibility.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, James.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and that's consistent with our understanding. Like we could have an office warehouse. The Rockefeller plan was flexible. That's what I was trying to indicate before. When we come to you for building plans for each lot, then the mass will be acceptable to the city or not. And that's good planning of development to make sure that it's all compatible and everybody has synergism and it works out. And that's where we'd be going. We're not going to put anything stupid on the property.
Right.
We've been waiting too long to get the development right and get to going on this property,
Spent too
and
much.
we've been held back for over a year.
I hear you. Okay, if you want to just reserve some time at the end, let's go ahead and hear from the base, and we'll move on. Let's hear what the base has to say, and if you want to come back after, fine. Any other
Yes.
questions from council to applicant? Okay, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask the same question. I just wanted to make sure, sir?
John.
Mr. Thompson, I just wanted to make sure that you were comfortable and that you had no questions to ask the council with regard to the disclosure on the ex parte communications.
With respect to the what?
Disclosures that the council made at the beginning of these land use matters with regard to the ex parte communications, that you were comfortable with those disclosures and you didn't have any questions that you would like to ask of council.
I'm not even aware of any. I haven't personally talked with anybody.
We spoke to some of the other applicants.
Okay.
Some of us did.
I have no questions about that.
Just
Thank
try
you
to
very
understand
much.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tyson Smith, appearing on behalf of Homestead Air Reserve Base on this application. I'll need to submit a couple things to the record. And I'm right here. And submitting the photographs that were initially submitted.
A couple weeks to 9:30.
Memorandum and the full exhibit.
You know, before you get into your presentation, let's go ahead and I'd like to motion to extend the meeting. At 8:30, we have to have that done, so let's just do it now.
I'll make a motion.
Motion to
second.
extend it for 1 hour to 9:30. Motion, and second. All in favor?
Aye.
We'll do it again at 9:30.
Maybe we could.
Well, I'm thinking positive. Okay, there's 6 yays and 1 nay.
I didn't vote.
Okay, so the floor is yours.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Let me just offer the following, just a reminder that there are 2 criteria only to vested rights determination, and that is whether there's a governmental act of approval and whether funds were expended to the detriment based on that, to the detriment of the applicant based on that approval. In this case, the applicant has relied on both a site plan and a master plan that's in existence. Our understanding coming into this was that the site plan had expired. I hear staff saying, I guess, that building permits, has it been verified that building permits have been issued on this property?
The building officials here. Is that what you want? You want confirmation?
I think so, because they're not in the applications. They're not in the record at this point, and the City of Homestead ordinance says that if a project's not quote-unquote under construction within 1 year, that the site plan expires. And my understanding was that it had expired for that reason.
Turn your mic on, Tom.
Tom Lampert, building official, City of Homestead. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. There has been, upon finding I believe the underground, as far as the water and sewer, and the constant layout was put in by the developer, which is part of this land, which was brought to the attention this evening when he mentioned that, and researching back this evening, thinking that is correct. As far as the underground, the paving, the drainage, some of the stuff that's in the works now has been there they had permits for that.
Okay, thank you. And may I ask a couple of questions then? Was the work done pursuant to those permits, has that work been performed?
Yes, it has.
And was that performed, do you believe, was that work performed, do you think, before December of 2008?
I believe it has, sir.
And I'll remind you, the site plan was approved December 17, 2007, and I'm trying to get a sense of whether or not the work began within a year of site plan approval.
I would have to go back and check the permits itself as far as the exact date that the permits were pulled for the infrastructure. I don't remember that offhand.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
The other governmental act of development approval that's been relied on by the applicant is the master plan and the DRI. Again, I'd point out, as I did for the last applicant, but that both of those acts of approval were applicable to the entire Park of Commerce, not just to this property. So in my view, the only potential grounds for a governmental act of development approval for this property would be a site plan if it hasn't expired. And perhaps in rebuttal, Mr. Thompson will provide some evidence that it hasn't expired. But at this point, I would think that any development rights or vested rights application or determination tonight would have to be limited to the master plan. As to development or detrimental reliance on that approval, monies expended, again, like the last application, most of the uses proposed under the master plan, again, not referring to the site plan, would be allowable under the overlay, so that most of these expenditures related to water, sewer, fill that have resulted in quote-unquote a buildable site would be usable under the overlay regardless. So again, this prong hasn't been met because any reliance has not been to the detriment of the applicant. A declaration of covenants was mentioned. All that simply provided for was that development consistent with the master plan would be allowed. In my view, development consistent with the overlay is not inconsistent with the master plan, so that's an irrelevant piece. So there's not been presented competent substantial evidence here that vested rights are due. So the base would urge that you deny the application in this permit. If you're inclined to follow the staff recommendation, again, the base would suggest the same changes it did last time, not because it agrees to vested rights, but because in the interest of safety, if that's where you're going to go, we feel it's important to do a couple of things. One is clarify where this is located. It's in the east end. The land uses associated with that parcel are different. We've heard over the course of this process, and even tonight, if we had done something differently in the past, maybe there wouldn't be confusion today. And there's confusion for citizens, too, who may buy properties, et cetera, want to develop properties. So we think it's important that we put clarity tonight in the actions that occur. And to that point, I'd like to readdress the idea of addressing in any resolution you pass that any vested rights you were to give, clarify that you only have the authority to give vested rights for something that was vested prior to September 22nd of 2010. That was the clarification the base was urging in terms of the resolution. If you read the criteria, the very first one related to the governmental approval says governmental approvals prior to September 22nd, 2010. So if they were to amend the master plan tomorrow, They haven't vested, and if a master plan amendment tomorrow is contrary to the overlay would actually have to be amended. That's what your ordinance says now. I would just urge that if you are inclined to give vested rights in this case, to please do leave that clarification in this application. But again, without evidence in the record that the site plan has not expired, my understanding is that it has, and the only thing you're left with then is the master plan. And given the vague nature of the master plan and its applicability to the entire Park and Commerce and not this parcel, there's not been a development approval given by the city that's sufficient under the case law to give vested rights. And given that most of the expenditures could be applied to any use under the overlay, the second prong of vested rights determination also has not been met. I'd also, for the record, state an objection to an attempt to incorporate the entire record and all the evidence submitted by other applicants. I think that's out of order, and I'll put that objection on the record if I might. And then beyond that, I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Tyson?
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
To our staff, I kind of took it for granted that the vested rights hearings were determining whether they had something prior to the overlay being adopted. Does it need to be stated that we're specifically exempting them to where the property was prior to September 22nd of 2010? Does that language need to be included, or is that just part of the process?
I think the language is sufficient as it's presented to you in the staff report and as proposed in the resolution. I don't think you need to further clarify, but to the extent that you want to make doubly sure, it's fine. But everything, the whole determination is based on anything prior to September 22nd.
As a follow-up to that, I understand what Mr. Tyson has just introduced, and I think that I, again, took it for granted, but to be certain that we're talking about what was prior to the overlay, not anything in addition to it, I would include the language, if it's okay. I mean, if you deem it that it's just appropriate, and if the applicant doesn't feel like it's putting anything, any more restrictions than what was prior to us adopting that ordinance.
That sounds right. Actually, tonight, we're not here to discuss amendment to any declaration or to the Rockefeller plan. We're here to discuss vested rights. And really, I reluctantly filed the petition because I didn't think that it was necessary in our case because we have a contract with the city. But I didn't want a court to come back and tell me that, well, you slept on your rights, so, too bad. So I put in this petition to have vested rights determined. But the agreement we have with the city goes to the very heart of the matter. That's written. Anything you do that contravenes what I've just read this evening is a breach of contract. And we don't want to go there. If we just determine the vested rights tonight and what we did with A&H was fine with me, then we can go home and discuss this another day.
I like that. Okay, well put. Further comments from council to either one, either applicant or...
If I might, it might be helpful just to add one factual distinction, or several perhaps. This application actually is quite different from A&H. A&H, you'll recall, is in the Lake District, not the East End District. A&H also had submitted specific plans that were in response to an RFQ or RFP submitted or issued by the city, and there was a definitive type of site conceptual plan associated with that property that, without the site plan here being effective, doesn't exist for this property.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else?
One more correction, and that is A&H is not only in the Lake District, it is in the eastern section. We are exactly adjacent to, we abut A&H property. Okay? So it's not an accurate statement to say, oh, they're in the Lakes District, so they're different. No, we're the same. Nobody has really said or determined just where the heck is the east section of the HPOC. How far do you go west to find out what's east? Okay, that's another day.
Go the opposite way, I know that.
Yeah, that's another day.
Opposite east is west. Okay, further comment?
Yes, I asked for staff to go down and see if the site plan was, because it seems to be a bone of contention with the applicant and the other guy, and if we could give them maybe 1 or 2 minutes, I think Fran could be back up the hallway if it matters.
I disagree. But what's council feel about that? I think we need to continue to move forward.
Mayor, I know, if I can just say, I know we need to move forward, but if that can clarify matters, how long does it take to just see whether what it was presented tonight by Mr. Lampert is accurate or not?
Well, it's good for what? Is it good for 1 year from each inspection? Each inspection, it renews it by 1 year.
The original site plan, I believe, and I believe the original site plan was approved in 2007 for 1 year, and then under your code, you're allowed to get 2 extensions up to 1 year for a total of 3 years, and the site plan would have expired in December of 2010. However, if there were building permits that were pulled, clearing, utility permits, any permits associated with that site, then the expiration of site plan doesn't matter. It stays alive. It's on. It's if there were no building permits that were pulled associated with this project, then the site plan would have expired, and then the applicant would be required to come back in.
I understand that question for a minute. But in fairness to Tom, to Mr. Lampert, is that something you can go down and turn the lights on? And I mean, that's not your job every day. So can you dig up that information?
Mr. Mayor and Council, we'll have to pull it up from the computer, find out, because if it's the infrastructure that we're talking about, I believe that's what the gentleman's talking about, I believe was done by, if I'm not mistaken, Downright Engineering, and it was for the infrastructure, for the water, sewer, and the drainage and paving and clearing and grubbing. If that's that whole site, then it was done 2 or 3 years ago. I mean, just by memory. I don't know what date that was.
But my question to you was, it's not something you can go
No.
down there now. Okay, so you got the answer. He can't. He himself cannot go down
I
there.
beg your pardon, but Fran is down there as we speak, looking for it right now.
She's just looking for the site plan.
See if it's
She doesn't even work in building and zoning. She works in planning and zoning. He'd have to go to his department. He'd have to go to your department, wouldn't you?
And I asked for that.
Wouldn't you? He has to go to his department, crank up the computers, and get the building permit.
Excuse me, but I thought that he had spoke with Fran and sent her down there.
No, because she doesn't work for Tom. She
Well,
works
excuse
across the
me.
hall.
Excuse me.
Yeah, you're excused. Yes, sir.
I just have a follow-up question. When you talk about the extension of the site plans, are those automatic extensions, or they have to come in and apply?
No, both the extensions that were granted by the council.
They were granted. That's what I was
Yes.
curious. So they were applied for and were granted?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was curious.
And I have the project manager here that can verify what's been done.
Okay, sir. So your name, put your name on the record, address, please.
Jim Eagleton, 8934 Southwest 129th Avenue, Miami, Florida. And I am involved in the development of the Speedway Commerce Park. And while I don't recall the exact dates, Mr. Lambert is correct. We got site plan approval and commenced shortly thereafter with the site work done by Redlands, underground utilities, paving, drainage, storm drainage, site work, sewer, water, sidewalks, all of that. And was done certainly within a year, started within a year.
So you worked on that property
Yeah.
within a year?
Yes.
With permits?
They were the site work permits
Okay.
pulled by Redlands.
Okay.
No.
I think we're talking apples and oranges here, what Fran's gone to get and what Tom needs to produce for us,
Correct,
the actual
correct.
date on that permit, because that is what keeps that alive. I mean, I know how the
I think there's some
process works.
confusion here. I think if I'm not mistaken, I think what Fran was sent to get was the actual site plan and the expiration and the extensions. That's fine. That can come from the building department. We all know what that is. The site plan would have expired in December of 2010. The question is with regard to the building permits, when were they issued? And that's what Tom has told you that he'll have to go look for.
That's all I was trying to say. She's not going to pull up those permits tonight.
And I may withdraw, my objection, I wanted to clarify, if the staff report indicated that these had been expired, and I'm just trying to clarify what happened, and if staff is testifying that the city has granted affirmative extensions, that's one thing. But presumably that extension request, I guess that's the question, did that extension request Was it filed and was it acted on before a year, or did they actually break ground within the year? And I hadn't understood there had been an express extension request.
Okay, but we did build the FBI building. Adam Bass put the FBI building up with a permit that is up and running.
On the same parcel.
And we have done all this other work. I'm being surprised this evening because this issue was not raised. And I've had my project manager say that he has been doing this work with pulled permits within a year after the site plan approval. We have a plat approved and of record. I mean, what other proof do you need? Is anybody going to dispute Jim Eagleton that we didn't do it?
I'm hearing you loud and clear, sir. I'm hearing you loud and clear. I think what really tells it, though, is when Tom brings those permits up tomorrow or whenever, not the site plan.
Mayor?
Doesn't have any bearing on it. Yes, ma'am.
Just to be fair, the base does lay out circumstances as to what they object or what they would recommend to council, and it's under two different assumptions, if the Lot 1 has expired or if it hasn't, if it remains valid. So in trying to be fair in determining what perhaps some amendments that could be done to the approval, I mean, that's really where I was coming from. I'm not trying to give Mr. Lampert a hard time. I'm not trying to make this for the sake of time. We're already up to 8:45. I just, for the purpose of seeing how to speak to the base, I wanted to know whether it was under Assumption A that it had expired or Assumption B that it remains valid. That was my angle on my question.
I hear you. Thank you.
And I have live testimony that it did happen, and nobody has disputed that in this room.
Can we vote, Mayor?
I think you can continue.
Live testimony.
Well, he's under oath. It's testimony. You're in a quasi-judicial hearing, so it's testimony that you can consider in your decision-making process.
So at least move the application forward, yeah. So we can move forward? Is that what you're saying?
If it's the will of the council to move the application forward based upon that, testimony, you can do so.
Okay, let me ask the will of the council, starting with you, Ms. Lobos. Do you feel that live testimony is valid enough?
Yes, I actually, Mayor, just like we did prior, I was going to enter the amendment that it be consistent with the uses allowed in the East End District of the Park of Commerce. And then I believe that the language, as it existed upon adoption of Ordinance 2010-0925, is the language that they're getting to say that nothing more than existed the day before, right before we adopted the overlay ordinance. That's my amendment to the motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Are we weighing in on the other issue?
Yeah.
That was,
Mr. Williams, you were next.
I think that was the first question. No, I don't. I think we should go ahead and move forward. They're on the oath here. I'm taking them at the word. I do also trust our staff and what they have recommended. So with that, I'm ready to move forward. Yeah.
And as I understand it, do I get to weigh in? No, sir. Yeah, as I understand it, though, I mean, we can move forward. We weigh the testimony as we weigh it. If we want to weigh it favorably, if we think we'd rather have the document, we take one versus. I mean, there's no requirement that we have to have one or the other, right? We weigh it and make our decision.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So then I'm fine.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Martin?
I'm good. I understand.
Mr. Burgess?
I'm fine. I have no reason to doubt what the man is saying is what he believes to be the truth.
Thank you. With that said, then I guess we move forward, and at this point, no further questions of either the base or the applicant. Is there anyone else in the audience before I close the public hearing that would like to say anything else?
May I have one question?
Sure.
So Ms. Lobos, you made the motion to the amendment?
amend.
Okay, so that's already been done. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
And just for clarification, I did second that motion, but it was my understanding of that motion that it included what we had in the last hearing, plus the other thing that we'd excluded, which was the secondary language that the base had requested. Is that correct?
Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
the question that I
please.
asked previously was that language, the language as it existed, which is the ordinance that the base passed out to us. The last sentence says, as it existed upon adoption of the ordinance, simply means that we're stating what is already implied, that we're, whatever development rights they had prior to adopting the overlay ordinance is what that language is, right?
What that means is that if you all are going to grant grant approval of this application, you'd be granting approval for vested rights determination consistent with the master plan, or the East End district of the master plan, as it existed on the adoption of the airport zoning ordinance on September 22nd, 2010.
Correct. But I guess my biggest question, so you were including the secondary language that they proposed, correct? Yes. So my second does stand.
Any further questions? Okay, close the public hearing. No further questions from council. We'll vote on the amendment first. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, now we'll vote on the actual body of it as staff has recommended.
And as amended.
And as amended. Thank you. Roll call vote.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Tab 14.
Yes, tab 14 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, considering a vested rights determination as requested by Richard T. Alger, John L. Alger, and Alger Farms, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to move it forward on the floor.
Motion.
Thank you, sir. Second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Questions? Let's see. Staff report.
Richard T. Alger, John L. Alger, and Alger Farms, through legal counsel Amanda Quirk, request a vested rights determination concerning the development of approximately 29.89 acres of property located within the city of Homestead. Based on the foregoing analysis, the applicant has failed to demonstrate with competent substantial evidence that governmental acts of development approval were obtained prior to September 22, 2010, affecting the standards governing the development of the real property. Accordingly, staff recommends that the application for vested rights be denied.
Okay. Questions from council first? No questions. The applicant, proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amanda Quirk with offices at 201 South Biscayne Boulevard on behalf of Richard T. Alger and John L. Alger. We've been before you before on this particular piece of property. To refresh your memory, we're talking about 250 acres. It's southwest of the Homestead Air Reserve Base, which is in the APZ-1. They also own a significant amount of property in the APZ-2, but this application only pertains to the APZ-1. The vested rights requested is simply to maintain the one residential unit per 5 acres. The ordinance that was passed on September 22nd, 2010 removes all development rights from the property with the exception of agricultural use. What it essentially does is extend the clear zone all the way out through the APZ-1. There's nothing that can happen on the APZ-1 except for farming. Throughout this process, there has never been any debate that the ordinance removes, that the ordinance absolutely deprives the Algers of all their property rights on the property in the APZ-1. So it's never been a debate if the property rights have been deprived. The only debate that has ever been raised by any other party is when the property rights were removed. Regarding previous governmental approvals on the property, just to give you by way of background, obviously we know that there was a 1991 ordinance in the city of Homestead which purportedly adopted an overlay. However, the city did not have the authority to adopt that ordinance which applied to the APZ-1 because the city did not have jurisdiction over the APZ-1 when the 1991 ordinance was adopted. The city cannot adopt zoning regulations that apply outside its territorial boundaries. Therefore, the effect of the 1991 HARB ordinance on the all of the property in the APZ-1, including the 250 acres owned by the Algers, was no effect at all because the Alger property and the APZ-1 property was still part of Miami-Dade County. In 1996, the property was annexed into the city of Homestead by a resolution approving an interlocal agreement. This, like I said, this occurred in 1996. At that time, the county regulations still applied to the property because Florida statutes clearly say 171.062 that the county regulations continue to apply until the city adopts a comprehensive plan amendment, including the property in the city jurisdiction. In 1996, there was a resolution approving that interlocal agreement, but there was no comprehensive plan amendment incorporating the property into the city, so the county regulations continue to apply even after the annexation. At that time, the county regulations and the Comprehensive Development Master Plan was 1 per 5 outside the UDB, 1 residential unit per 5 acres. In 2001, the city adopted the first set of comprehensive plan amendments that brought the property within the jurisdiction of the city of Homestead. The comprehensive plan amendment brought the property in and at the same time increased the agricultural use density from 1 residential unit per 10 acres to 1 residential unit per 5 acres. This was consistent with the county regulations on that property, and so simultaneously when the property came in, the density remained the same, 1 unit per 5 acres. Therefore, after the 2001 comprehensive plan amendments, there was no change to the permitted uses on the Alger property. This is one clarification that I'd like, just to show you the map. This is the map that incorporated the city into the, incorporated the Alger property into the city of Homestead. One point that I'd like to address that was included in the staff report and also included in the memo from the Homestead Air Reserve Base was that when the property came into the city of Homestead with the 2001 comprehensive plan amendments, then automatically the 1991 ordinance applied to the Alger property and the APZ-1, and that is legally incorrect. There is case law that says that where a municipality tries to enact zoning regulations outside its territorial boundaries and subsequently brings that property under its jurisdiction, it must reenact the ordinance in order to make it effective to that property. That also follows the laws of common sense, which is anytime you adopt a zoning ordinance, the property owners, the public, and everybody else gets notice and a public hearing according to Florida statutes. So when the property came into the city in 1996, the city had to first apply a comprehensive plan amendment to bring the property under the city jurisdiction. And then if they wanted to apply the 1991 ordinance to the APZ-1 property, they had to reenact that ordinance in order to make it applicable to the newly annexed property. That did not happen until September 22nd, 2010, and that's why we're here tonight. The 2010 ordinance, as you duly note, is similar to the 1991 ordinance. It's the first time it's been readopted since 2001 when the property was brought under the city jurisdiction. So the result, bottom line, after the 2001 comprehensive plan amendment, the Alger property and the property in the APZ-1 became part of the city of Homestead with a right to 1 residential unit per 5 acres, which is consistent with its previous rights under the county comp plan. The city has gone through many zoning ordinances, comprehensive plan amendments, and it should be noted that there are several readoptions, comprehensive plan amendments that make no mention of an existing HARB overlay. For instance, here's the 2007 zoning map. There's no HARB overlay there. It shows that the APZ-1 and the Alger property is still agriculture. In fact, in the 2007 comprehensive plan amendments, which was an excerpt was included in your packet and a complete copy is in the record, it mentions, a goal to work with the air base to adopt a overlay district in the future and to coordinate planning decisions with the Homestead Air Reserve Base, but there's just no mention of an existing overlay. Again, in 2009, there's a series of air-based amendments that were adopted. The maps that are included in the ear-based amendments, again, do not show an overlay. The 2009 comprehensive plan amendments, the ear-based amendments also include goals to coordinate with the air base and think about, involving them in planning decisions, but there is no mention of an existing overlay. As I stated before, the first time the APZ-1 lost the right to one residential unit per 5 acres was in 2010 with the September 22nd ordinance. Prior to that, and you've heard a lot about the JLUs and the ACUs and planning projects that were going on for many years before this ordinance was contemplated by yourselves in September. But even in the JLUs, there is goals listed that say that the city should consider adopting an overlay in the future. It describes, the agricultural designation includes farming and related activities and housing not to exceed one dwelling unit per 5 acres. Agriculture activities remain fully consistent with recommended land use standards around the base. Frequent rezoning activity, however, can gradually erode the compatibility of this current pattern by introducing denser residential or commercial activities. That's on page 27 of the JLUs. Agriculture has always been 1 unit per 5 acres. Agriculture use and 1 unit per 5 acres. That's consistent with what it was in the county. It's consistent with what it is in the city comprehensive plan. And it's consistent with how the land uses were discussed at the ACUS and the JLUs. The Alger family has, as you know, have been active participants in the public process, in the JLUs process, and the ACUS process. As the air base has noted, they've been great neighbors, but they were not asleep at the wheel. They relied on this public process of going through the JLUs process and talking about planning techniques and what was going to happen if an overlay was enacted. They've relied on continued use of 1 per 5 when they were annexed into the city, and they also rely financially. That property is 250 acres. They have invested their family life investment in the city of Homestead, and they use that property as collateral for loans to run their farming business. They have recently applied for a purchase of development rights, which application is on hold because the county has opined that based on this ordinance, there is no right to 1 per 5, 1 residential unit per 5 acres, so the county does not have the authority to purchase any development rights because of this ordinance. So that application is on hold at this time. The value is really not uncertain. The most recent purchase of development program that was approved by the Miami-Dade County was for acreage that was similarly situated outside the UDB, 1 unit per 5 acres, and the county purchased those development rights and placed a conservation easement on the property for $28,000 an acre. The Alger family has 250 acres. You can do the math, but it's an enormous family investment that they've made that they're losing because of this ordinance. John and Carla are here today, and so is Richard, and I'd like to have them speak on the record about the history and how they have reasonably and detrimentally relied on these previous actions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carla Alger. I reside at 17971 Southwest 284th Street, Homestead. I'm here to ask the Council to recognize the agricultural zoning that we've always had and relied upon for the affected property under APZ 1. This zoning, as defined by the county, the city, and the JLUs, includes 1 residential unit per 5 acres. I was invited to serve on the JLUs and gladly did so to look out for the interests of my family. Why would I be asked to serve as a stakeholder who relied on those rights and their value if they did not exist? There were other stakeholders as well as representatives from the Homestead Air Reserve Base, local, state, and federal officials. During this process, we debated many avenues to mitigate the infringement of personal property rights. We were advised that the JLUs would be adopted in such a way as to serve as a planning tool so that the mitigation opportunities would be implemented at the time of development. I would like to conclude by saying that the Alger family has been a member of this agricultural community for 4 generations in Homestead. We've always worked hard and tried to make a positive contribution for our hometown. While I am privileged to be born into the Walden family, I am honored to be part of the Alger family by choice. Please honor the rights we have relied upon concerning our property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Alger. I reside at Mayor and Council. Good evening. My name is John Alger. I reside at 17971 Southwest 284th Street. As you well know, we have owned this land for over 50 years. When we were annexed into the city, we relied on the one per 5 zoning to be continued. It would have been a fool who would have voluntarily consented to the deprivation of their property rights. We rely on our property's value, including the one per 5 zoning, to finance our farming operations. Just recently, I went to go get a loan, and I was told by the bank, forget about using this land as collateral. There's too much of a cloud on it to carry the load of any type of collateral for any type of loan I needed to get, so I had to use another piece of land. During the planning sessions leading up to the adoption of the 2010 Air Force Base ordinance, then City Manager Perinos stated that to the group, including Colonel McKelly of the Homestead Air Force Base, Air Reserve Base, that if I had applied for a permit prior to whatever date that was, September 22nd, in APZ 1, I would have been issued a permit. And we rely on this statement. I filed the PDR application, as Amanda mentioned, with Miami-Dade County, which the application as a whole, because of the ordinance, there are no development rights to be purchased. The most recent PDR approval yielded $28,000 an acre, which is what Amanda's already mentioned, and that's over $7 million from my family's value. We plan to farm this property as long as it is possible and profitable. We invested in land in the city homestead for 3-4 generations now, and it's our main asset of our family's financial security. We're not asking for anything more than the preservation of the status quo, 1 per 5. We need the reinstatement of 1 per 5 to realize the value of this investment. My zip code is 33030, followed by USA. This is America. In America, property rights cannot be removed without compensation. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council people, I'm Richard Alger, and I reside at 18001 Southwest 285th Street. Very close to these two people over here. We purchased this land maybe 50 years ago from, it was all this land was owned by Southdade Farms. I think, I remember a sign saying 26,000 acres. And we purchased it from William Satilli, and he was a willing seller, and we've been farming it ever since. And I don't think I can say any more than what has been said by those that have preceded me. I thank you very much.
Just to sum up our position, we know that the city, in enacting this ordinance, has found itself in a very difficult position. We understand that, the city wants to protect the base, and that the base has interest in regulating activities that are going on around the airbase. However, this is one family here in the city of Homestead, and they shouldn't be forced to hold the bag by themselves. This is their entire family investment, and we understand that there is a lot of competing interests and that you find yourself in a very difficult position. But what we're asking for you to do is find that they have a vested right to the lowest intense use that you can possibly think of for this piece of property, which is one residential unit per 5 acres. There is nothing less that you could think of except for what this ordinance has done, which is agriculture only. So we respectfully request that you give thoughtful consideration to this vested rights application, because this one family in the city should not have to bear the burden of this entire regulation. I'd like to reserve a little bit of time for rebuttal.
Mayor, before the base comes, I
Yes,
need to
please.
ask a question to
Sure.
staff. She mentioned to James through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. James, she mentioned about the 1991 before they were annexed in. Could you speak to that, if you can? I think, from my understanding, prior to the ordinance being adopted, the 1991, what she referred to, I'm trying to remember exactly because there's so much information, but she mentioned about the 1991 ordinance, and she mentioned some legal ramifications involving that. Could you expound upon the annexation prior to them coming into the city, and how does that affect the landowner after we have adopted an ordinance that will, deal with the area that they're in?
I'll try. I do my best. In 1991, the city adopted the airport zoning ordinance, the original 1991 airport zoning ordinance. And that was based upon and is primarily a cut and paste from the 1988 ACU study that was produced for the Air Reserve Base. In 1996, the property was annexed into the city. Pursuant to that annexation in 1996, there is an annexation agreement that stipulates and has various provisions as to how the city will treat the property moving forward. Along with that annexation agreement, and I'll have to say, the annexation agreement contains language that the property would be regulated under the 1988 ACU standards. It also regulates and says that the property would be subject to federal aviation guidelines. It also says that the property should be subject to the county's airport zoning ordinance and zoning regulations. Along with that annexation agreement, there's also statutory provisions that deal with annexations. And the statutory annexation provisions stipulate and say that when a property is brought into the city, all laws, ordinances, and regulations are applicable to that property. So then you move forward from 1996, when they get annexed in, all the way to 2001. And in 2001, the city actually took affirmative measures to put it under its own agricultural designation. From 96 until 2001, it remained under a county agricultural classification and county zoning. But in 2001, the city changed it to its agricultural classification. And then you move forward from 2001 all the way to last year, 2010, whenever the city amended its airport zoning regulations. The Algers have claimed that that the 91 ordinance was not applicable in 96, and also claim that in 2001, when the city changed its regulations or brought it under its agricultural classification, that the 91 regulations were not applicable, because in order to make the 91 regulations applicable, the city would have had to readopt the overlay zoning district in order to make it applicable. We disagree. I think that the 91 ordinance was a valid ordinance that was adopted for all of the property. And again, that ordinance was properly noticed and adopted again in 2010. There was no change in the 2010 ordinance and the 91 ordinance with the applicability to this property. Both under the 91 ordinance and under the 2010 ordinance, the restriction on residential remained. There were some other changes, but with regard to the application here, it was the same.
James, also just take a moment to explain how the standards that were in the annexation agreement, the county standards versus the city standards.
Yes. Under the annexation agreement, as I previously mentioned, stipulates that the property would be subject to the 88 ACUS restrictions. That may be amended in the future as well. It references the 88 ACUS, APZ 1 and 2. And it also stipulates that it would be should be consistent and should be under the standards adopted at the county, the airport zoning regulations at the county. Now, when you go to the county's regulations, the county's airport zoning ordinance, zoning regulations, it doesn't get specific or doesn't come all the way down to the level as the city's ordinance does. It doesn't get to the level and say that residential is prohibited or restricted in APZ 1. It talks about multifamily, it talks about places of public assembly, but it doesn't speak to or doesn't address the issue of residential not being allowed in APZ 1. So under the county's regs, residential was allowed. But you have to read the document together, and you have to read all the provisions together. So when you look at the annexation statute, you look at the annexation agreement, which stipulates that the 1988 ACUS standards apply, which does restrict residential, that's what you're left with.
Okay. So, so with that, because we have adopted the overlay, then that takes the one dwelling per 5 acres out on this piece of property, right?
That is correct.
And so, from my understanding, what they're asking is that, that they're saying that they have vestment rights in order to put that one dwelling per 5 acres back in. And we're saying...
That's what they're requesting.
That's what they're requesting. And we're saying, no, that does not, that precludes that because of what we have adopted.
Well, it's not even, Councilman, it's not even that. If you, in the staff report, when you all adopted the airport zoning ordinance in 2010 and you provided for a vested rights provision, you've heard in both of the previous applications that there are 2 criteria that need to be met and you need to establish in order to be able to grant a vested rights determination. And in the staff analysis that's been presented to you, there's been no evidence presented by the applicant or provided to your staff for them to make a determination that they've met either of those criteria. Right. And so based on that, and solely that, that is why the recommendation is not to grant vested rights.
So just bear with me for a second, Mayor. So that in their process, they're trying to hang their hat on a technicality of that we didn't do our protocol right with our ordinance and adopting.
Well, the applicant is making several legal arguments.
Right.
And more or less, in a nutshell, that is one of the legal arguments, that there's some infirmity to the process in applying the city's airport regulations to the property.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I got a question before we move forward. Mr. Algers just had mentioned that before we made this the ordinance, that Mr. Perinos had mentioned that if he would put something in place, he would be able to basically move forward with this. My question is, did any permits come into the city on behalf of the Algers family? I don't know if it's through the manager or through planning and zoning. Did we have anything that says that there were the intent of building or doing something?
There were not, and if there were, you would have found it, the applicant would have submitted it into its application materials for your consideration this evening. So there's no evidence or nothing that was given to the city in their review of this application. I'm not aware that there was any permit for residential that was granted to the Algers.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelley.
Mr. Mayor, I guess just to clarify, I think we're all saying kind of the same thing, asking the same question. And it's my understanding from reading the staff report and from having conversations is that our ordinance that we just passed really didn't do anything as far as affecting the right. I mean, it did some things, but as far as the 1 per 5, it didn't really take those 1 per 5 away. My understanding is that 1 per 5 was already taken away or was already voluntarily given away when the 96 and the 2001 was passed, correct? I mean, there were some modifications with our 2010 ordinance did, but as far as this 1 per 5 issue, my understanding is that it didn't have any effect on it because they'd already been taken away. They'd already been voluntarily given up. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the position that your staff is taking, correct. Whether you want to say in 96
or 2001
or 2001, the residential rights were precluded at either point there.
Okay. All right.
So in adopting the 2010 ordinance, there was no change to the previous regulations.
Let me ask, at time of annexation, were they the largest parcel to be annexed? Single, what they owned?
I believe the Algers had the largest land holdings in that annexation in 96. There were other property owners, but the Algers had the majority of the property.
So I guess my question's leading, they didn't own enough to say, no, we don't want to be annexed, and therefore hold the process up. If you own more than 51%, you could hold the process up, correct? Of annexation.
I believe. I can't say for sure.
Why didn't 51%? Do you know what the total?
I'm not sure what the percentage is of the total annexed property that came into the city. Maybe the applicant can speak to that.
I just wonder if they set themselves up for failure, by saying, look, okay, we want to be in Homestead, and now we're here, and we've stripped them of their 1 per 5.
To clarify, the Algers own in excess of 300 acres between the APZ-1 and the APZ-2. All of that property was annexed to the 1996 annexation agreement, and I think that I need to clarify for the record that 1996 annexation agreement was a resolution approving an interlocal agreement. It is not legally sufficient to impose land use regulations on a piece of property under the Florida statutes, the Florida Constitution, or any other law.
I have a question.
So the answer to the question, you weren't 51% at that time?
No, I believe that they were in excess of 51%. I think you heard Mr. Alger, both Richard and John, say that they were under the understanding that they maintained the 1 per 5 by coming into the city of Homestead, and that they would have, obviously they would not consent to becoming a part of a city where they instantaneously lose all of their development rights on in excess of 250 acres.
That's what I'm trying to pull out of you. Okay, thank you.
Mayor.
Yes.
So I just want to understand this. We have a clear division. You say one thing, the other attorneys say one thing. So what you're saying, through Mayor, if I may.
Please.
So what you're saying, James, is that when they came into our city in 1996, they haven't had those rights since 1996? That's what you're saying, the 1 and 5? Those rights have been gone?
When they came into the city in 1996, along with the interlocal agreement that the city entered into with the county, where the city agreed that the 88 ACUS standards would apply. Yes, should have been written a little cleaner. It should have said the 91 ordinance, but really the 1988 ACUS standards are the city's 1991 airport zoning regulations. And then you have a statutory provision, Florida statutory provision that clearly says, there's no ambiguity with that, that says that whenever property comes into the city, is annexed into the city, all the city's laws, ordinances, and regulations apply. And so even if you don't agree with the language that is in the annexation agreement, you're still left with the statutory provision, and the statutory provision trumps any annexation agreement.
There's also a statutory provision, Florida Statutes 171.062, that says that the county regulations will continue to apply until the city adopts land use regulations and a comprehensive plan amendment.
Do I still have the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we going to discuss this with the attorney at the podium? I mean, are we going to make our case? I mean, I know, James, you've just made what I think is your case, but, you know, let's face it, at the end of the day, let me just digress for 1 second. And I wouldn't bring this up, but it was brought up. The issue with the loans. Have you not been getting loans on the property all along?
John? I'm going to let John address it firsthand because he's been running the business for many years.
With the issue, and I wouldn't bring it up, but you brought it up, the issue with the loans. Have you been using this land as collateral?
We've always used our land as collateral. That's the backbone of our financial strength and operating our operation is your land is your collateral. That's all you've got. What else you've got to go to the bank with? And I just was told last month when I went to do a loan, hey, don't even bring this to the table. It's not qualified anymore.
Well, how do they know that?
How would they know that? Because they know the cloud of what's going on with this ordinance, the 2010 Air Reserve Base ordinance. It's not like it hadn't made. We have a reporter from the New York Herald right here. It's been public knowledge. Banks do the research.
Well, I'm not disputing that. I'm just trying to.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just trying to.
I got told point blank, don't even bring that land as collateral to the table. You can't. You have no value anymore.
Here's how I see it, and this is just my opinion, but no matter what happens here, there's gonna be problems. No matter what happens, it's not a happy day, you know, as far as, because I understand the air base's position because your land is right there at the end, and I'm sure they'll speak on this as well. But from what I see in the map, your land is there. No disrespect, but in this economy, I can't see anybody building any houses on 5 acres for many years.
But you can ask, can I go get a loan with my money, with my land as collateral? No, I can't.
I understand that.
That's what's been taken away from me.
What I'm trying to do here,
that right?
John, is try to come to some kind of compromise.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't even know if that's possible, but I don't want the city to have to face a lawsuit. I don't want the city to have to face a situation with the air base. So, because the air base is important to us. It is that's our freedom, and you're saying your freedom for your rights, your property rights. I understand that, but at the same time, is there any way that we can compromise to where, James, anyway? I mean, you know, we get two attorneys saying two different things. It's very complicated.
At the end of the day, you're not going to find consensus between the property owner and between the base with regard to the residential land uses allowed on this property. The Alders want the development rights. The base does not want the development rights. You're in a hearing right now that has very specific criteria that you have to apply based upon the evidence before you. Your staff report indicates your staff has reviewed all of the evidence that was presented by the applicant and has determined that it doesn't meet it. Now, if you choose not to grant the application this evening, then I think you could certainly direct staff to look at other avenues or look at other options. My discussions with Mrs. Quirk have been that the Algers are just concerned or want to have the development rights and be able to have value to that property in the future. Now, in order to recognize that, there are a couple of options on the table. One is that there would be a legislative change to the ordinance to include residential in the definition of agricultural, which was proposed when the ordinance was before you for adoption. The base did not want that. The Algers wanted that. Ultimately, you all did not include that in that into the definition.
And that was in 2000.
That was just last year.
Yes.
I mean, that's one change.
So this body voted.
That's a legislative change that could be done. The second alternative that I've discussed with both your staff and with the Algers and with the county is that the county has a purchase of development rights program whereby they get money, grant money, from the Department of Defense, from the Department of Agriculture, from other conservation groups, and plus they have some money that they're budgeted, but they take all that together and a property comes and applies to the county to purchase the development rights. The county purchases those development rights with those funds, and then those property rights are severed with a deed restriction in perpetuity, so they can never be built in the future. The property owner is compensated for the rights, and then the rights are retired, and then that property stays as agricultural or in conservation in perpetuity. The city could certainly do a purchase of development rights program similar to what the county has. The problem is implementing it, because you have to have funds to be able to implement it. So, but that option's on the table. It's something that's out there. I don't know. I've spoken with representatives from the base that said that they could apply to the Department of Defense for some of that money, but that money is limited only to 50%. It's not going to pay the complete entire cost. So if you're going to purchase development rights, you're going to either have to kick in money or you're going to have to seek other grant monies from other organizations. You already have in the ordinance right now the transfer of development rights, whereby you address the development rights that are currently on the property that cannot be built. You allow for them to be transferred off of the property to some other receiver site in the city. Then that's step one. It's already memorialized in the ordinance. Step two would be that the city just has to adopt its comprehensive plan to provide for that transfer. Once that happens, then it can be implemented. So those are three options. There might be more for the city to explore, but I mean that's sort of been the talk behind it. Now, you might want to ask the base some questions with regard to their program and the money that they can get for development rights. But certainly, I wish I had a better answer for you, but I don't.
I understand. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
As a follow-up question to what Mr. White has just presented, in order to be able to transfer those development rights to another property, do we have to acknowledge that there exists a 1 in 5 first in order to be able to transfer those rights outside of that?
Well, the city has, the city has, and no one disagrees, that the future land use and the zoning on the property allow for density. But just because you have density on the property doesn't necessarily mean that you get to build it. In this particular case, there's overlay zoning, the airport zoning ordinance, which stipulates that residential is not allowed in APZ1. So there's density on the property, and you just can't build it, but certainly you can transfer it off. Now, I will say that I've spoken with the county ag manager, and the county ag manager, the county is inclined, or at this point, their application's on hold, but the conversations that I had with the county have not been so promising. The county has taken the position that there are no development rights on the property to transfer off. Whether you say that it was the 2010 ordinance that severed the rights, or whether you go back to the annexation agreement, and they look to the annexation agreement and the language in the annexation agreement, which talks about the 1988 ACU standards being applicable.
Mayor, I have one comment and then one final question on this. The comment is, I saw in the other applications that the applicant submits invoices to the city where we acknowledge, they show that they've spent a certain amount of money and then there's a loss of some type of value if we were to deny their application. Then you stated something very real that I thought, I don't know, is there something that you can submit that shows that prior to September 22nd, 2010, this land had a certain value that the banks were able to approve as collateral, but then as of September 22nd, 2010 going forward, the answer then changed. I mean, I think that's the implication of what your public comment was, but unfortunately it's not something that is acknowledged in the application or any document that has been distributed at this time of the hearing.
It was just recently discussed with my banker last month when I was applying for a loan. That we used to have, there's loans out there in this area that exceed $50,000 an acre of collateral value that certain banks in this community have on that property, and now I'm being told basically, let's don't even look at your land for collateral. It's not there because of all the reasons given tonight.
And having something in writing would have probably.
I had other parcels I could go to as collateral to do the deed, and I needed to get the deed done.
And then, so my question then, my final question to staff is, to go in the direction of transfer of development rights, what are the steps to get there? Like, what language needs to be implemented in doing this tonight? Like, let's say that we don't approve the application, but there has to be an amendment of some language to recognize that that's the direction that we're heading in.
You at any point, you can, I mean, your direction was already given to staff when you approved on second reading the airport zoning ordinance and the transfer of development rights, the mini TDR program, as I like to call it, the transfer of development rights program was, that language was placed into the ordinance specific for these property owners. So you've already given your staff direction to move along those lines. The next step, the second part, is that the city needs to amend its comprehensive plan to actually implement the language. The city's comprehensive, your city can certainly start working on that and adopting comprehensive plan policies and objectives to implement that, and then move that forward to the Department of Community Affairs. I do think that your staff was starting to look at that and starting to explore what that language would look at, but given the current events that happened in the Planning Department, I can't really tell you where that is or at what point in the process that is. So,
if I was through the mayor, just the issue regarding Mr. Alger's testimony is similar to the issue that you discussed in the prior hearing, which is you have sworn testimony from a live witness, and although documentation would be nice, you're certainly free to consider his testimony in the same way you would, written evidence, so that he was under oath. So if that clarifies that at all.
Thank you, Richard. It does. To make a public comment, I did speak to the Algers yesterday, and I'm trying to find a way to do the right thing here. I know legal language is one thing, the application of what we're about to do is another. And there's very much a human story to this, and I just want to tell you that I've been working with staff and presenting different legal options, and I've been told by staff that any stand on doing other than what is there, that our staff wouldn't be able to defend it legally. And so I'm just trying to find different avenues. The language that he's speaking of, the transfer of development rights, if you could, I mean, if the mayor allows it, could you speak whether it's something that you've been looking at favorably after Mr. White has spoken to you about it, or if that's something that you're not looking to go down that path, and that's if the mayor will allow it.
Quickly, I must interrupt again. We've reached 9:35. What's the council's pleasure? 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10:30. Let's hear some. I know you'd all like to go home.
I move to extend to 10 o'clock.
Okay, motion to extend to 10 o'clock.
Second. I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Nays? Motion carries.
Councilwoman Lobos, just to address your question, yes, I have spoken with Mr. White about other possible alternatives to address the situation in APZ1 because it is a very harsh result in that area and it's a large landmass. One of the options was a legislative amendment. One of them was the city PDR program, and possibly even other iterations that would allow us to become eligible again for the county PDR program would be very beneficial because without the recognition of some 1 per 5 out in that area, we are closed off from negotiating with the PDR program or other potential avenues to recover value from the property. So if it is the council's will to look at some of these alternatives, we are willing to take a deferral of this application. We would not oppose that at all in order to look at some of the alternatives that have been discussed in the recent days.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Have you reached out to the air base and had conversations with them in ways that they may be able to help? Because I know, Mr. Alger, you were supposed to today, and I was just wondering what, if any, progress was made with your conversations, if you were able even to have any.
We haven't had formal conversations yet, but Larry Ventura and I have had a conversation today. We've had conversations earlier about TDRs that really haven't appealed to us. And we did have a conversation today about the possibility of having some future conversations about REPI funds and
do you think there's ground that you may be able to reach some sort of TDR agreement somewhere with them?
It's worth the conversation. It's worth. I mean, look where I'm at right now. I'm up against the wall. I've got no choice.
Right.
Cornered.
Mayor. I'm just trying to exhaust, all avenues before.
Councilman Burgess, let me just add so that you're clear on this and everybody's clear on this, and the base can address this issue as well. It's my understanding that the base would not be able to directly purchase the development rights from the property owner. There have to be through some sort of program, like the county's established, a purchase of development rights program.
But they've probably got a bigger umbrella than to cover. I would think that I
think the base is here, so as opposed to us telling you what we think that they would say, I would just ask them.
In reference to that question.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Schilling,
Mr. Mayor,
answer his question.
I support looking into the option or directing staff to look into a PDR type program, at least to see what those options are, to see how we could fund it. I know the base has, and they can represent up here when they get up and speak that they'd be willing to cooperate. I think they told me as such to try to make these applications to try to fill the coffers, but as you mentioned, it's only 50%. But it kind of caught up in this PDR, TDR type discussion. At the end of the day, if we do defer it, it's not really going to change the effect of this decision today. That's my only thing. Or does it? I guess that's my question, is whether or not if we decide to defer it, will it really affect what the decision may or may not be? I mean, does a TDR program, implementing a TDR program, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, at the end of the day, the elements for this particular decision are here. And so we're going to have to make a decision based on what's presented, based on the facts. The facts aren't changing. So I guess there's something to be considered as far as whether we defer or we don't defer. Okay. Good enough.
Okay. Tyson.
And Mayor, before he speaks, just if I can, because basically I had the same question, is that, in the past, what's the history of the air base purchasing these properties in order to secure, to get the security they want? I mean, it's someone else's property. So, they want to defend it, they want to have it secure. What's the history of them purchasing the property, and how possible is this to happen? So, just go ahead.
I can answer that question. Larry Ventura, Homestead Air Reserve Base. I'm the community planner amongst other functions at the base. I will speak specifically and only to the TDR program, since that's all I've been asked. There is such a thing as called a TDR program. It allows for the purchase of development rights. It is not something that it's not like we at the base have money. It is a grant money, is the Pentagon money, quite frankly. And what we can do, like all other installations that may have interest in purchasing lands near their installations, they can apply through the program, which is once a year, and attempt to get funds from the Pentagon to purchase development rights. There does need to be a third party. It is not purchased directly by Department of Defense. The county was one. City can choose to be one. There are a host of others, Trust for Public Land, Farm Conservation, I believe. There is a Nature Conservancy. There's a host of them. There simply needs to be a third party for the money to be transferred to and who actually does the purchase. It is a cost share. It would normally be 50-50. It is not a precise or exact or definite figure, but that is the norm, is approximately 50-50. That can be done. We had not attempted this except for once last year. We applied for 2 properties, of which we got 1. And it was a similar property. That one was put on hold because of the uncertainty here with this. There were too many unanswered questions at the time, and the paperwork, legal paperwork, required the county signature, and there was no backing out once the paperwork was signed, and they were hesitant to do so because it still needs approval of commission. So they decided we should probably go back and see if we can amend the contract to allow them that out as others do, and also to see how all this transpires. But that is but one receiver. There can, as I said, can be more receivers, and the city can choose to be one. And that has been our extent. We are ready, willing, and able to apply if that is the desire of John Alger. I've told him that before, and I will still tell him that, and I will help him in any way I can to realize those rights, and that includes the TDR program. All he has to do is ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Tyson Smith. I'll add a couple of comments, and I'll be quick. I just want to supplement the record here and make a couple of points. This is a memorandum. It's already been forwarded, and photographs from it. Your staff has given you a legal opinion, or at least a technical, I think, technical and legal opinion on this application when they've recommended, and in so doing recommended that vested rights not be granted, and the base doesn't, generally speaking, disagree with the legal analysis there, or therefore the recommendation to deny it. There's some debate about whether the 1991 ordinance affected the property in 1996 when it was purchased, or when it was in 2001 when the comprehensive plan amendments were made, but it seems clear that that ordinance affected it. So that ordinance prohibiting residential uses is no different than the one that was adopted in September. The applicant, I just want to point out a few clarifications that I think are important in the attorney's presentation, is suggesting somehow that the land development regulations, including the 1991 ordinance, had to be readopted. But that's not a Florida law. She's relying on a case from a different state for that proposition. So the 91 ordinance either came into play in 96 or in 2001, but in any case, these restrictions have been in place 9 to 14 years prior to the adoption of the overlay. I understand the Alder's position and I understand the frustration. I don't know why this 1991 ordinance I suspect that the discussion of the 2010 overlay brought attention to the existence of the 91 ordinance, but it was lawfully adopted and it existed, and I don't know why more folks weren't aware of it. But when you look at the vested rights application, there are 2 criteria there, and unfortunately, the applicants haven't presented competent evidence or any evidence to support those 2, and that's different than the last 2 applications. There were evidence that we disputed, but in this case, there's absolutely nothing there to support a vested rights claim. Now, there is support there to try to move forward with some kind of resolution to this, and we've struggled with city, and to the extent we've been able to talk to the Algers with them to come up with some solutions, and they've been talked about here tonight. The first, obviously, another distinction or clarification I want to point out in the presentation earlier was that this ordinance has somehow left them with no economically viable uses. But the property obviously is being used for economically viable uses of agriculture. Second, the base will absolutely support any efforts to implement a PDR program. Larry discussed that. Any efforts to facilitate the final adoption and functionality of the TDR program as well. So I'll just remind you as well that this particular applicant owns a good bit of property outside of the APZ1 to which they can transfer density. And we added a change right before the last reading, or after the first initial readings of the ordinance, that allow the density to be doubled in APZ2 if rights are transferred out of APZ1, specifically to accommodate APZ1 property owners. So the only comment we make, we don't disagree with your staff's analysis in terms of the legal ramifications and there not being a basis for vested rights. I would request, so that we can put this behind everybody, that there not be a delay. I made this point earlier. Vested rights has to be based on the facts as they existed when the overlay was adopted in September. So there's nothing that could occur now, between now and some delayed date, that would change the record or the basis of a vested rights determination. So I would ask, if at all possible, if we could put this decision behind us and move on now to how we might be able to find a solution. Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify before. I think I used the term TDR. I meant to use the term REPI, is what the Air Force program is called, the DoD program. It's called the REPI program, just for clarification.
I know it's getting late, so I just want to make one closing remark. We very much appreciate the city's willingness to have an open mind to alternative solutions to deal with this property in the EPZ1. We understand that you're in a very tough spot. We do believe that there is an opportunity to talk about alternative solutions with the air base as well, but the problem that we face is that after this 2010 ordinance, the city has taken the 1 per 5 off the property already, so we don't have anything to negotiate with. We don't have anything to sell the county for a purchase of development rights because we don't have 1 per 5 after the 2010 ordinance. I don't know how we're going to be able to sell development rights in another PDR program if the rights have already been taken away by the city. So what we're asking respectfully is that you give thoughtful consideration to this vested rights program to give us an opportunity to use some of these programs to recoup the value. We very much appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Okay. Quick question. Sure. Back when we did the final reading on this, we put a 120-day stipulation, I believe, is where we came in.
Yes.
How does that affect anything, the workings of this, as far as trying to help them with finding programs?
It won't.
That doesn't affect that at all.
The requirement is that the applicant had 120 days to apply for a vested rights determination, and then once you get the vested rights determination, you, the City Council, only have a window to hear the application, 120 days. You could modify that, but it's an ordinance that requires 2 readings. This ordinance becomes effective tomorrow on the 20th. So you would not make the notice requirement. I mean, there's no way to extend it.
I see your faces, and I really do pride ourselves on trying to come up with solutions that I see the difficulty, and we have been racking our brains. We met all afternoon to try to come up with. I like to give you options. I don't like not to be able to give you options, but I don't have them here, and I wish I had some to give you, because I know that there's real feeling for the family and for what's happening to them and all of that, and I know that there's feelings for the base, but we've spent the entire days, trying to come up with options here. If there was, I would tell you, but I will tell you that, and I don't know how you're going to vote on this, that your decision, there's two criteria. The first criteria is a government act of development approval that was obtained prior to September 22nd, 2010. And the second element is a detrimental and reasonable reliance in good faith on the governmental act by making such a substantial change in position or incurring such extensive obligations and expenses that it would be highly inequitable to deny property right the owner to complete the development. So there's sort of 2 elements to this which you should consider in your determination. And if you are inclined to grant the vested rights, they need to be based on those 2 criteria, and that the applicant has met those 2 criteria. And if you're inclined to deny them. It's that the applicant hasn't met those two criteria. So.
It's pretty clear.
Can I ask a question?
Sure. Vice Mayor, you got the floor.
I'm so tired. I'm just throwing this out there. Is there any way that we could do this with a contingency in place that they couldn't develop the property so that they'd have a chance to get their, to have a chance to sell something to the county so that they could get their transferred rights?
I mean, I guess we could try to think of something, but I don't.
I mean, would that hurt the base if we?
But
did
there's no.
that?
I mean, there's just not any guarantee that the county is even going to.
I know, but the
Yeah.
attorney asked for some sort of a time so that she would have a chance to have something to work with. I'm just trying here.
Mayor, yeah, that was my question, I think, early on, was how do you do the transfer of development rights or the selling of it without acknowledging first that there is a 1 in 5? That was my question earlier, is how do you do it? How do you give them that opportunity to have a value of rights to be able to market? Is it done within this document? Is it done afterwards? Like, I wanted to understand, what is the direct, it's a direct question. We deny this, they go out there, there's a certain value to being able to negotiate with this. We approve it, does the value increase then, the recognition of 1 in 5? Do they then go out and have this increased development rights value that they're able to negotiate with?
I can't speak to the valuation. I'm not familiar with what was evaluated on the property or what the county has. My understanding is that the county has 2 assessors specifically assigned to look at these ag properties and ascertain what the value is on these properties. And there's a whole host of variables that come into play. So to automatically assume or think that just because a similarly situated property was going to get $28,000, I don't think you can say that's going to be the case here. It may not be. I can't tell you with assurance because I think everyone stands on its own. Every application stands on its own, and based upon market conditions, based upon restrictions that may already be on the property. A lot of this property already has restrictions on it, easements on it that are owned by the base. So it's not totally free of encumbrances. I can't say specifically what portion of the property or how much of the property, but that's important to note that there are already, on all that property out there, there are some noise and ammunition type of easements on that property that preclude development. So all that needs to be taken into consideration when you value the property. Certainly, this, some other, I mean, the rights are on the property, you just can't develop the rights. You can transfer those off. Now, I'm not sure how you would market that. I mean, I met with the county and tried to tell the county that there are development rights on it, and then therefore there shouldn't be any sort of issue. The county should be able to purchase those development rights, but I think the county takes a different position. I can't speak for the county, they're not here, but based on my limited conversations that I've had with them recently last week, that sort of was the position.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just I know that's the answer, but I guess this was the issue that I was having. So what I'm reading here above staff's recommendation, it says, while these requirements do not permit residential development on the property, the future land use designation for the property continues to apply a residential density of 1 to 5 per residential dwelling unit per 5 acres. These residential development rights are assigned to the property through the comprehensive plan and may be transferred from the property in accordance with the density transfer procedure provided in section 1.64 of the 2010 ordinance. Basically what you're saying, it's just saying, I mean, basically this is saying they do have it's there and we acknowledge it, and I guess the question keeps answering.
Maybe this will help you. If you put aside market conditions for a second and you think, and these rights existed, and there was a receiving area or receiving developer that could really benefit from these rights within the city, let's say, then they would have the ability to sell those rights so that somebody could develop a higher intensity on another piece of property. And when they came to the city and said, are these rights transferable? Are there some real rights here that can be transferred? The city would say yes. And so that's the way it would happen, is that, you know, there's some, let's say downtown for a second, and when somebody wants to do some, or near down, where they want some additional density, again, forgetting about the market and what's happening in practicality, but legally the way it would work is a developer would have these rights for sale, and the city would acknowledge that they have these rights for sale. Even though they can't use them, they are of value if someone has a receiving piece of property that they could put those rights on. And that's what that paragraph refers to, which is that these are real rights. And if there was someone that could benefit from those, then they have real value, because it takes a piece of property that's, let's say, that has a lower density, and you can apply these rights to it, increases the value of the property, so there really is something to be purchased. Now, the practicalities of the market and the realities of actually doing that are different, but that's the way it would work. And these programs, these transfer of development rights, work all over the country. I mean, they are, and so the city would be in the position of acknowledging when there was a sale in place, that these rights are transferable, and when they move to the other piece of property, the city would acknowledge, yeah, you have more density than you had before, so you really gotten something.
And the reason why I bring this up is because I'm doing my research with this case. I did a search on the internet and found out that up in Georgia, we had a base that had encroachment with homes. They put a pact together, bought the homes, and then turned it and put light industrial, and that was allowed in order to get rid of the homes. So, there's obviously, they've been able to work out the sense of, they're able to sell their property, someone's able to buy it and develop on it, even if it's light industrial. Removing the residential, I think, was the concern of the base, the encroachment. And so the use was to be either agricultural or light industrial, removing the residential component of it. So I just wanted to see if that was somewhere, somewhere along the line we could just make that happen. But anyways, that's just what was had me boggled.
Okay. Any further questions? We still closed before we close the public hearing.
Can I make one comment here? There's I think, suggestion or understanding in some minds that this process can be used in a sense to give them 1 to 5. The reality is the vested rights ordinance simply, when you grant a vested right, removes the applicability of the 2010 overlay. If you were to do that with this property, for example, you'd be left with what existed prior to the 2010 overlay, which there's debate over, but which your staff currently is saying is no 1 to 5.
Right.
I just wanted to point that out because that's part of the frustrating thing about this mechanism. And the final thing I'd say is there's been the suggestion that that there could be consideration of amending the entire overlay to add 1 to 5 back in there. And again, it appears that would be giving them something they haven't had for a very long time. Your decision, of course, but that obviously implicates homes at the end of the runway. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We appreciate the consideration of alternatives, and if we could do light industrial or any of the other things that you can do in the APZ1 on this property, that would be great. I don't think that we would be here tonight if that were the case, but this is the one unique piece of property in the United States where adjacent to the air base you can only do one thing, which is 1 per 5, and now we can't do that. So, we would love to entertain any of the other things in the APZ1 if that were a possibility, but it's not. So, thank you for your consideration and your time tonight. We know it's late. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, guys. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Now, any final questions from council? It's a tough decision, but I got to keep moving, or we'll be here till 11.
Do we need a motion to extend?
Yeah, we do, but I just back here, so we have a final decision on this. We have any final decision, any final wording on this?
Well,
Okay. Once again,
I make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Okay. Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, please. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe it was Richard that just told us a few minutes ago the criteria. Would you repeat that?
There's two of them. They're on page 3 of your staff report. One is that a governmental act of development approval was obtained prior to September 22nd, affecting the standards governing the development of real property. And 2, the property owner has detrimentally and reasonably relied in good faith on such governmental act of development approval by making such a substantial change in position or incurring extensive obligations and expenses that would be highly inequitable to deny the property owner the right to complete the development. That's in the ordinance, the AQS ordinance that was adopted at the end of last year. Those are the two standards.
Thank you.
Okay, with that said, further questions from council? Any further questions from council? Hearing none, seeing none. You want to state the motion since we're all tired?
There's a resolution on the floor that adopts staff recommendation and denies the vested rights.
Okay. Madam Clerk, call roll.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilwoman Lobos?
Man, I'm second. No.
Councilman Maldonado?
No.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
No.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so then there should be a alternate resolution, a motion to approve the resolution. However, we need to rephrase the resolution saying that they do have vested rights.
Correct. It would just, we could modify the resolution.
Right. It would be a motion to grant the vested rights, to amend the resolution to grant the vested rights.
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
I'll second it.
Saying no to the staff's recommendation.
Well, Richard, the resolution as it's drafted is considering, and then, so.
I think what we should do is, because the resolution in your packet denies the vested rights, I think basically what we should do, James, is read another resolution from one of the prior applications which grants vested rights and has the criteria in it.
Get some idea of what the basis of the criteria would be to grant vested rights in this case. The record's devoid of any. Let me make sure I understand. What just was voted on was to decide that there are vested rights on this property.
Correct.
That's correct.
That's
There were
correct.
4 no's, 3 yes, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4 to 3.
And I just made a motion.
It'd be a good time to deliberate, take a break, come back next.
Can we take a moment?
Just to give us a minute, we just need to regroup here, make sure that we do.
Sure. Take all the time you need. Yes. No, I voted against staff's recommendation. To grant the vested rights. Yeah. When you vote against staff's recommendation, that means we want to.
Steve.
I said, he said, you have to vote in favor of staff's
Steve,
recommendation.
do you want to take something easy that we can vote on real quick?
Sure, let's go. I didn't vote yes for staff's recommendation was to deny. That would have been yes. Yes. 2 + 2 = 4. No. Oh, him? He moved. Good, yesterday. Yeah, because he put the principal saying, look, it's not there. You know, he voted principal. He really, that's the way I was going to vote. Sorry to hear all that. Because I want something to go for. But you voted principal. You were right. Look, I mean, even the attorneys are going like, what the hell did they just do?
Are we going to take number 17?
This stuff they can't even have.
Are we going to do number
Oh, we threw a
17?
curve out,
Let's go.
Let's do it. What do you want? What do you want?
17.
Can we do it without the attorneys? Can we do it without the attorneys? What happened to 15? 16? 17? Everybody's leaving us.
17 should be easy. And 18 should be easy.
You want to vote? You want to vote on something? We're going to move to 17.
17 and 18 should be easy.
Well, who's going to read the ordinance? Me?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we're prepared to move ahead.
Mr. Mayor's not here.
Yes, he is.
Oh, there he is.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, in order to carry out what I believe the council wants to do at this point, there should be a motion to approve the resolution allowing, granting vested rights for development of 1 unit to 5 acres.
I made that motion.
Great.
And he seconded it already.
Okay.
Perfect.
As so quoted by the city attorney.
Let's just add pursuant to the ag use designation within the city.
I'll second that.
We'll write conforming language.
Elvis already seconded it, and I made the motion.
Made and seconded.
Yep.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Woolman,
Yes.
Councilman Burgess, Councilwoman Lobos,
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado,
Yes.
Councilman Shelley, Councilman Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Bateman.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, good night.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, tab 15.
Yes, tab 15 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the Malibu Bay PUD Master Development Plan by removing 6 residential units from Pod H to incorporate the property into Commercial Pod G to become part of the future commercial site plan,
So moved, Mayor.
Go ahead.
and also relocating the entrance road from Pod H, located southeast of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, east of Southwest 152nd Avenue, and north of Southwest 312th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to move.
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second it.
Thank you, sir. Staff report.
Homestead Treasures 26 LLC is requesting a master plan amendment to remove 6 residential units in Pod H of Malibu Bay PUD and to incorporate that land into Pod G parcel to become part of a forthcoming hotel site plan. They are also requesting a relocation of the road that currently serves as the entry for Villa Portofino East, Pod H to the north. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Questions from council? Hearing no questions from council, I'll open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Would the applicant like to speak first, please? If you want to, you don't have to. It's up to you.
George Sapero, PMGS Services, 4651 Sheridan Street, Suite 480, Hollywood, Florida. I know we all want to leave, so I'll just be quick. We are very pleased to bring you Courtyard by Marriott with 100 rooms. It's going to be adjacent to the Hampton Inn, but in order to do so, we need to slightly expand the commercial area in the PUD. So we're going to integrate a little bit of the unused residential space to the commercial and make both areas work a little bit better because it'll be more concise, have better circulation. And I'll leave it at that. If there's any questions, like I said, I know everybody wants to leave, so.
You came at a good time. Okay. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on behalf of this public meeting is open. Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final comments from council?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I just want to put on the record is that they're asking for these fees to be deferred. Is this part of the?
Yes, I'm not sure that's part of the public hearing. I understand that's an administrative
Just wanted to make sure. Thank
procedure.
you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll close.
One quick question.
Sure.
I know that I'd spoken with the manager about traffic. Has anything been resolved on either side about a possible traffic study if one was needed, or anything of that nature?
There was discussion with staff today. I'm not sure we're resolved yet. James, are we resolved yet, or?
You and I have to meet tomorrow to finalize.
Okay. It's a different issue anyway. Thank you.
Just wanted to.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Okay.
That concludes your legislative matters. That concludes your quasi-judicial matters. Moving on to your legislative matters.
I'll take care of it, James. And if you don't mind, James, I know you've had an exhausting day, so if you want to take off, if it's okay with council, I think he quite
good job, James.
put in his
James,
work.
you must stay.
He acted, there's because of Sergio's departure, James really had sort of dual roles, and it was a lot. So thank you.
You can take the rest of the day off.
Thank you, James.
See you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
An ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the city's fiscal year budget beginning October 1st, 2010 and end of December 30th, 2011 by increasing both the revenue and expenditure budget by $174,006, providing for severability and an effective date.
I move to approve second reading.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Staff report. Staff report.
Mayor, staff recommends that the council approve the attached ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2011 budget for the CRA.
Thank you. Questions from council? I'll open the public hearing. Hearing no questions from council. Questions from the public? Hearing no, seeing none. Close the public hearing. Final questions from council? Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams? Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Tab 17.
Next, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code by amending Chapter 22.5 Retirement Plans, Article 2, Police Officers Retirement Plan, to implement and comply with 2009-97 laws of Florida, Uniform Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, and the Heroes Earning Assistance and Relief Act of 2008, providing for severability and inclusion in the code and an effective date.
Motion. Thank you. Second. Second. Thank you. Questions from staff report?
Mayor, based on a benefit study performed by the city's actuary, there will be no impact to the plan, to the change in the plan, or to the city for these changes to be put in place. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. This time I open the public hearing. Any questions from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council? Roll call vote.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 18.
An ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending Section 1726 Shopping Cart Control Plan of Chapter 17 Miscellaneous Offenses, the City of Homestead Code of Ordinance establishing a procedure for disposal of shopping carts found on city property, providing for inclusion in the code, severability, and effective dates. First reading.
Move it.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. Staff report.
Mayor, the city code currently does not provide for a legal way for the city to dispose of confiscated, abandoned, or found shopping carts. The same are not claimed by the respective owner. The purpose of this code change is to give the city a legally sound methodology to dispose of the carts should the owners fail to pick them up from the city designated storage area within a prescribed allotted time.
I'd just like to know how Mr. Maytan feels about that. Questions from council?
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that I worked with Captain Chong on this several years ago, and I'm just really happy to see it because that's one of our biggest problems, shopping carts.
Okay. Any further questions from council? If not, I'll open the public hearing.
I'm
Questions?
so tired, I actually forgot my question. I have one question, and it was in regards to the time frame, and you had mentioned it. What was the time frame?
After notification, the retail establishment that owns the shopping carts would have 90 days to pick them up from our storage location. Otherwise, we have the right to get rid of them or to do whatever we want with them at that point.
90 days, the wheels will fall.
That was the one question I had.
Okay. Open a public hearing. Any questions from the public on this shopping cart issue? Hearing none, seeing none. I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council? Hearing none, seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Woolman?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, tab 19.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, objecting to the recommendation of the Miami-Dade County Planning and Zoning Staff and Planning Advisory Board that 298 acres of property owned by the city be excluded from the urban development boundary under Miami-Dade County Comprehensive Development Master Plan as part of its consideration of the amendments to said master plan, directing this resolution be transmitted to the Board of County Commissioners, authorizing the city manager, city attorney to present such objection to the Board of County Commissioners, providing an effective date.
Motion.
Move it.
Thank you. Second? Thank you. Staff report?
Mayor, Chad has waited so long to have his moment in the sun. We'll give him that opportunity.
Sure, sir.
You know Chad Friedman from our office?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening. I'll try to be brief. This item is before you. As you know, the Speedway has submitted an application to expand, and as part of that process has filed county comprehensive plan amendments. One of those county comprehensive plan amendments requires an expansion of the urban development boundary. That process is currently going through the county's process, and next week it will be before the county commission for first reading. The county staff report is recommending approval of that application, but as part of that recommendation, they're also requesting that in order to move the urban development boundary to accommodate the 120 acres for the Speedway expansion, they're recommending that the city move 298 acres of city-owned land immediately south of the Speedway outside of the urban development boundary. Madam Clerk, I don't know if you can put the exhibit to the resolution on the PowerPoint so everyone can see, or no, if you have it or not. Well, you have the exhibit in your backup. If you'll be able to see the land that is being excluded or proposed to be excluded from the UDB. Staff has asked to bring this to you to get direction from the council as whether or not we should go before the county commission next week and present an opposition or not on this matter.
Mayor, if I could add to that, the concern we have as staff is that since this is really the start of a lengthy process, we want to make sure that the city is in a position not to have its land devalued. And so the idea here is for the council to take a position that it doesn't agree with this piece of the county's planning staff's recommendation. We also have heard concern from the applicant that this resolution may be interpreted as a statement that you don't want to see the application move forward at all. And so for clarification purposes, what we're suggesting is maybe we tweak the language just slightly to assuming that you're comfortable with opposing the land piece of this, the land swap piece of this recommendation, but are comfortable with not objecting to having the application as a whole move forward, then we could work on slight language changes to make sure that happens, assuming that's your will.
We're kind of in the Alger position right now, aren't we?
Yep. Exactly.
Council, what's your
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor? Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was my only concern. I wanted to make sure that we limited this resolution to specifically say that we're objecting to, the burden of our land, putting some sort of burden on land that we own, but in no way would this be interpreted as either, rejection of the plan as a whole or acceptance of the plan as a whole, that we're limiting only to what we have before us today. So, yeah, I'm confident that we're going to limit it to that, and that we still want the plan to go forward and that the application go forward, then I could support that.
Council?
Mayor,
Yes, please.
is that agreeable with the racetrack, Mr. Lopez or Mr. Beecher?
It absolutely is. My name is Matthew Beecher.
Mike.
Apologize. Should have heard the echo. That is absolutely agreeable. We understand, we believe in our land use application. Obviously, the recommendation that's been put forth by the county is really between the city and the county, but ultimately controls our destiny. I know we've reached out and spoken to all of you, and we certainly would support that.
Mayor, then there's a motion on the floor, so I make a motion to amend that motion to include the language necessary to.
And we have some language that has been just sort of handwritten by the track, which basically says that the city council supports the operator's application. So
I think what we're trying to get clarification on is, the first question at hand is, do you object to the land swap recommendation? That'd be the first piece. The second piece is, you're prepared tonight to make a statement that you're supportive of moving the application forward, or do you want to remain silent on whether the application should move forward or not? And then based on that decision point, then we can craft the language.
I say yes to both.
Mayor?
If
Yes.
I still have the floor.
You finished?
No.
She still has the floor.
She said.
Go for it.
And no, but it's okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm of the opinion, and that the racetrack can come up with some solutions. And for those of you who aren't familiar, that the land we're talking about is it's really swamp. That's exactly what we're talking about. And at one point, we had an amusement theme park owner come in, and they tried to mitigate the land several years ago, and it was unsuccessful. So I just want to see it move forward, if that's what you're asking me, Mr. Manager. I'd like to see it move forward with some stipulations that would compensate the city in some way. So that's my feeling. I don't want to just give it away, but I want you to succeed, but I want the city to prosper as well. So if that answers the question, Mr. Gretzis, that you asked me.
It's a little different than, I guess, the first question. I guess then we have, the first piece was now, and it's going to be in two parts. Either you object to the land swap recommendation, or you want to talk about some sort of compensation structure.
I want some sort of compensation structure.
Okay.
I don't have any problem moving it forward with some kind of compensation structure.
Mr. Mayor? Oh, sorry. That's right. Sorry.
Thank you, Councilman. I have a comment and then a question to staff. A comment is, how in the world does county staff put a municipality in this position? I mean, it really is an overstepping of their boundaries, is my position. But I don't think the language, is there a plan to meet with the county commissioners prior to this going? Because the language of the resolution, to me, it reads, it doesn't give sufficient reason as to why we object. And then to go along with what the Vice Mayor has said, what are some options for them? It just seems like the resolution, the wording is not correct as to state why we object to the position of them making that land swap.
Shelley.
Mr. Mayor. And again, I guess the first part is, yes, I object to them encumbering our land without our input, that I have an objection to that. And the second part is I want the application to move forward, but I don't necessarily want to indicate in this particular document whether, I or the city supports or doesn't support the application, because I don't have the information in front of me to make a conscious decision what my position is going to be. I mean, it's my understanding that's coming before us at the next council meeting, and so I'll have all the information I need at that point to make a decision and to endorse or not endorse or whatever the case might be based on the information. So I want it to move forward. I don't want it to be viewed that we're trying to stop it in any way. I don't want it to be viewed that we've rendered opinion on the application in any way, that the only thing we've addressed is strictly this issue of encumbering the city's land.
Councilman Shelley, I appreciate that. I think our big concern is that we are going before the county for a transmittal hearing a week from tomorrow, and we don't want the passage of this resolution in its current form to in any way lead someone to believe that we are not in lockstep as partners, that being the Speedway and the city. So that's ultimately what we're trying to resolve. And we do have two gentlemen here from the county, should you need any information from them.
Okay. Can we have your opinion, County, of why you want 298 acres of our property?
My name is Mark Warner. I'm Chief of Metropolitan Planning for Miami-Dade County. Thank you for accommodating me. I know it's late, and I know you want to get out of here. The county thought long and hard, because we're looking at this application as a whole. It's moving the boundary. It's always a contentious issue whenever we have an application. We have criteria in our comprehensive plan that indicates when we should be moving it or under what circumstances we should look at. This application, as it was filed for the 120 acres, also filed a text amendment that helps justify moving it for this very specific public regional facility. So staff was encouraged by that kind of language to help get this through the process. It's a benefit to both the county and the city. With regards to the 298 acres, this is what we were looking at. We looked at the fact that the land was publicly owned. We looked at the fact that this land was under a permanent, perpetual conservation and preservation easement. The value or the ability of this land to be developed for other urban uses, even though technically it's inside the boundary today, seemed incredibly minimal to us. It wasn't meant, and don't take this as I don't want you to take it the wrong way. There was no ill intent at all on the part of the county staff in coming up with this recommendation. We're in the middle of a balancing act where when we look at someone wanting to move it for an urban use, in this case it seemed to present the opportunity to roll back the UDB on land that, in our view, and based on the information and the data that we had minimal opportunity for development. The conservation easement that exists on this property is very specific about the uses that are or are not allowed. The basic uses that are allowed here are very passive recreation, including trails and bikeways and some other things, and it basically excludes any kind of urban use. So that went into our thinking process on this application, and why we're recommending to our board that this part of it be rolled back.
Mayor, if I can address, I'm sorry, were you done, or?
Yes.
First of all, I know the Director of Planning very well, and I believe very strongly that there was no intent here on the part of the county, and I appreciate them coming down here. I think the issue, though, is they felt they had a problem that they needed to solve on their end. Unfortunately, the resolution to their problem comes at our expense. And the claims he's making about the value of our land, we really can't, we don't have any evidence of that. We don't have any appraisals that I'm aware of. And I'm told that there were some offers in the past or interest in the past to purchase the land from people who believe that there was some value to the land. So I think what we're asking for in this resolution is give us a strong position going into this process to protect the value of our land. And we think that as long as the county is not turned off by this resolution, thinking that somehow you oppose having the application moving forward, it gives us the ability to fight for the value of the land. If we go in there starting to negotiate against ourselves at the front end, I think that's a recipe for some devaluation of our land. But again, it's your will, and I understand the points that you've all made.
If you wanted to make it clear that you were not taking, okay, there's 3 things you could do with respect to their application. Number 1 is you could oppose their application in this resolution. I don't hear that at all. The second thing is that you could take no position with respect to their application because you haven't reviewed it and had all the information. And the third thing, which they've asked for, is that you support their application. So there's really 2 separate things that need to be dealt with in this resolution in order to clarify it. One, which is the manager put number 2, but number 1 is, are you prepared to take a position with respect to the racetrack's application, oppose it, approve, support it, oppose it, or don't take a position at this point? Just reserve your right to take a position later. And then the second issue is dealing with the land, with this acreage. You can oppose it, which is the way the resolution is written, not oppose it, which is another thing you do, or the third suggestion that's been made here is to oppose it unless there's some compensation for it. So those are 2 separate issues that we really need some direction on. And Councilwoman Lobos, to answer your question, the reason that we've not scheduled any lobbying kind of meetings is because we didn't know what. You remember we tried to have a workshop dealing with this issue some time ago, and it got very late, and we didn't really. So we haven't scheduled any meetings because we didn't know what position you wanted to take. And the last thing that we want to do is go down to the county commission and say the City of Homestead's position is X or Y without direction from you. So once you give us direction, we'll do what we have to do to go down and make sure the county commissioners know what our position is. But we need direction on both those items.
Why can't we just support it minus the land swap?
That is
his position.
You can do that too. Yeah,
Well, at least vote on it and see if we got the votes that are do that.
And that's
I'd say
the
as
racetrack.
stated.
The racetrack has suggested language that says that you support the application, but object to any amendment dealing with the land swap. That's what they've suggested. So that's certainly a position that
The
you
motion as
I'll
stated.
make that motion.
I'll second it.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm with Councilman Shelley. I just think it's a responsible thing to do, to not take a position on something that we're going to vote on next week.
Okay. But I think they have to go forward tomorrow. That's the only problem I was looking at. And we are partners. Actually, we're not partners. We're owners of the track.
That's right.
And what's the investment, you think, in the end, or should you not mention that now?
Well, it's tens of millions of dollars.
Tens
in
of
the
millions of
future.
dollars are going to go back into our facilities. I feel
Can I call
strongly
the vote?
about supporting.
Can I call the vote?
Yes, you
Well,
can.
yeah.
Yes, you may. Madam Clerk, the motion's on the floor. We got a second. Discussion. Any final discussion? Hearing no final discussion. Roll call vote in favor of supporting it minus the land swap.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lobos?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Warman?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I move for an adjournment.
Yes, we're way past our time.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I second the adjournment.
Okay, we did 20,
Oh, we have one
21.
more to
No,
go.
that's already done. 2021 is done.
Oh, it's done.
2021 is
Okay,
done.
good.
Okay,
No business.
business
no
and city
one.
manager.
Well, we can have Julio talk about fluoridation of water, or we can...
Absolutely not.
Point taken. Very good.
I'll only take 20 minutes or so.
Okay,
You made the motion, seconded.
City Attorney, done? Everybody done?
Done.
I wouldn't dare.
Okay, let's go.
Move for adjournment.
Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Talk, Chief. I gotta go. Here. Here. Police report for you. Here, police report. The chief was gonna talk about it.